right, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get the heads up from our swine committee, we will be ready to start the 2022 Market Swine Show. Our first class has 3 entries of Duroc hogs. We'll have entries from Lane Huff, Caleb Chamberlain, and Dakota Bernard.
Is this one mine?
Good evening and welcome to the 2022 Market Swine Show. Class 1 Duroc Market hogs are in the ring. These pigs are weighing 249 to 256 pounds. Entries include Lane Huff, Caleb Chamberlain, and Dakota Bernard. Class 2 Duroc Market Hogs are loading. We are looking for entries from Jane Dutterer, Andrew Warner, Wade Smith, Sarah Bauman, and Ryan O'Meara.
Nice trio of red barrows to start off here in our Duroc show, and with that, young men that are doing a good job. Young man on the far side with the paler skinned barrow is going to lead off this particular class and just fits my bill the best in terms of skeletal makeup and correctness out here, in terms of length of stride and flexibility. To go along with that, even more importantly, that's a tremendously stout-skulled, heavy structured kind of a barrow that's heavy duty, coming right at you in terms of being a bold-chested, big bladed hog, pulled apart through the center portion of his body, big hip from behind. Most importantly, though, for me, like I mentioned, skeletal quality there. He's laid in the best at the angle of his blade, the longest hipped barrow that's the most flexible off both ends of his skeleton. Young man here has done an excellent job with skin and hair care. He's the freshly presented barrow, and I like those things about him. Like some things about this hog as well in terms of being opened up off either end of his skeleton. Bold forearmed barrow that's still pliable in terms of his rib shape and big hips from behind. For me, he's a little more jammed up everywhere in terms of being the shorter fronted barrow that's more upright in terms of the angle of his blade and knee up front. At the same token, I want to lengthen that guy out of his hip and have him be more secure with where his rear foot and pastern hits the surface. See him grab another gear out here. Young man that exited was doing a nice job as well. Long-sided, extended, growthy kind of a hog that still had some body shape to him. Little plainer in terms of his top side shape. Frailer, smaller footed barrow that was a bit weaker in terms of his pastern set off either end of his skeleton. Wanted to modify those things. Congratulations to those young men.
Congratulations to Class 1A Duroc Market Hogs. First to Dakota Bernard, second to Caleb Chamberlain, third to Lane Huff. Entering the ring now, we have Class 1B Duroc Market Hogs, weights ranging from 261 pounds to 269 pounds. You should have 5 entries in your class. Looking for Class 1C. The exhibitors in Class 1C, the committee will be coming around looking for Aubrey O'Meara, Grace Conaway, Layla Metz, Jax Brown, Maya Trump, Ridgely Turner, and Lexi Zepp.
interesting class to sort through with a few different parts and pieces to kind of assemble together out here, and comes down to some personal preference type things. Ultimately, a young lady in the center of the ring leads off this particular drive, and I think from a standpoint of reading like a powerful type of market hog, that's where the gilt kind of excels the class. I deem that gilt the most genuine and the densest in terms of her skeleton. I think that's a tremendously stout-skulled, bold forearmed kind of a gilt that transitions back into the freshest top shape of her contemporary group out here today. She's the biggest hipped and stout structured at the ground, and with that still maintains the correct kind of range of motion out here to go ahead and lead off this particular class. I wouldn't call her perfect. We could probably blend her just a bit better at her ham-loin junction, and ever so slightly she wants to roll her front feet inward. Maybe a couple little things we could modify there, but certainly appreciate that one from a stoutness of feature perspective and reading like a true market hog in this particular setting. Young man there with the paler skinned barrow follows up in second, and I think just hits me as a practical, productive kind of a market hog. I think from a standpoint of boldness of body and still reading with the right kind of rib shape, still reading opened up off either end of his skeleton in terms of chest width and pin width from behind. That barrow covers those things. He is just a bit plainer in terms of his look. We could probably peel him back a bit at the crest of his neck and freshen him up in terms of his top side shape. Young man's doing a nice job though, and brings just a very basic, productive kind of a market hog to follow up next. Young man here was third and brings us a gilt that reads with the right kind of shape and expression. She's lean, long-sided, and extended, very muscular kind of a gilt. Past that, I'd like to make her just a little more opened up in terms of pulling her apart at the base of her chest and her forerib, making her just a shot bolder in terms of her rib shape out here, and laying her back just a bit in terms of the angle of her blade up front. Young lady that comes next for us, I mentioned to her, brings us a long-sided, extended kind of a hog that still has some depth of body out here and reads like a productive market hog. A little plainer in terms of his look today. That's the flatter-footed barrow up front that rolls forward in terms of the angle of his blade and wants to drop his head on that young lady. Needs to be freshened up in terms of his top side shape. Similar story for the young man here that rounds out the class for us. This barrow hits me as just a bit boxier in terms of his build and probably works against him a bit today just because he's carrying a little more extra cover and condition that I would term ideal. Want to lean that guy up a bit and freshen him up ever so slightly. Certainly though an easy feeding kind of a barrow that's big bodied and dimensional in terms of his spread up high, just a tick fatter than I would term ideal in this particular setting. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 1B Duroc Market Hogs. First to Jane Dutterer, second to Wade Smith, third to Andrew Warner, fourth to Sarah Bauman, and fifth to Ryan O'Meara. Reading down your program, 1, 3, 2, 5, 4. In the ring at this time, we have Class 1C Duroc Market Hogs. Entries include Aubrey O'Meara, Grace Conaway, Layla Metz, Jax Brown, Maya Trump, Ridgely Turner, and Lexi Zepp. Duroc Market Hogs in Class 1C weigh between 271 pounds and 279 pounds.
Nice class of Duroc barrows, and with that, a few more numbers in this particular weight class. Young lady with the paler skinned hog in the center of the ring is going to lead off for us, and I think just in terms of initial impression, hit me the hardest from a standpoint of look and presence and eye appeal, and those are all things that make him a good show barrow. And then to go along with it, he definitely solidifies market fundamentals out here as well in terms of having some stoutness of feature, the right kind of spread on the upper side of his skeleton, and still reads good in terms of his rib cage and his body shape out here. If we're going to nitpick him a bit, he could probably base it and track just a bit wider as he goes away from me in terms of maintaining that upper hip shape that he has all the way to the ground and to the surface and that level of width. But I do think a barrow that certainly reads more than opened up enough off both ends of his skeleton, and ultimately for me leads off the class from a standpoint of look and presence and reading like a show hog from the side, like that young lady's barrow to go ahead and start. Young man here that follows up in second brings us just a very basic, productive kind of a market hog out here. Definitely in terms of some things that he does well, and maybe even has the advantage of our class winner in comparison directly. That barrow opens up really broad in terms of his chest floor. Going away from me, he's wide and square and collected, and so I like him from a standpoint of width and just basics of fundamentals and power. For me, he doesn't balance up quite as good. Hits me as just a bit plainer in terms of his look. That's the higher chined barrow that's a bit rounder out of his hip, and at the same token would like to see him just a notch neater ahead of his blade and pick him up on his front feet ever so slightly. Young man that comes next in third brings us a gilt that certainly reads with some muscle and some power out here. Definitely a stout-skulled, heavy structured individual, and you can like those things about her, like her muscle shape as well up high. For me, I want to modify some things skeletally. That gilt reads a bit more upright in terms of the angle of her blade and her knee in terms of where she sets down up front. Reads a bit shorter and steeper out of her hip as well. Young lady that comes out next, if you're looking for power and product, no doubt this gilt has it. She's certainly pulled apart in terms of her chest floor and her forerib, like that gilt in terms of her rib shape, and the spread and dimension that she has certainly reads with all kinds of muscle and power. For me, I want to peel that gilt back just a bit in terms of her condition and freshen her up in her topside shape just a nickel, lengthen her out of her front end ever so slightly, and make her just a notch square and more collected in terms of her hip and her hind leg and where she meets the surface from behind. Young lady that comes out next doing a nice job. Tall-shouldered kind of a barrow that's level-made and still has some pliability in terms of his rib shape out here. For me, everything just reads a notch staler in today's setting in terms of reading a notch more closed up at his chest and caving in his knee ever so slightly. Want to freshen him up in terms of his forerib shape, and the turn that he has on the upper side of his skeleton gets a bit tighter in terms of his hock joint from behind. Young ladies continue to come out here. This gilt's long-sided, extended, and shapely. Reads a bit too flat off both ends of her skeleton. Young lady here doing a nice job. That barrow is opened up off both ends and has some real width to him. Just a bit plainer in terms of his look. Lower fronted hog that gets a bit too short in terms of his hip, and want to clean him up in his hock joint from behind. Young people doing a nice job there. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 1C, Duroc Market Hogs. First to Layla Metz, second to Jax Brown, third to Ridgely Turner, fourth to Maya Trump, fifth to Lexi Zepp, sixth to Grace Conaway, and seventh to Aubrey O'Meara. We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Aubrey O'Meara for being the rate of gain winner for the market show this evening. Again, congratulations, Aubrey O'Meara, for being the rate of gain winner for the 2022 Market Hog Show. In the ring now, we have our last class of Duroc Market Hogs for the evening. Exhibitors include Grafton Condon, Haley Becker, Evan Shoemaker, Atlee Miller, Emma Harrison, Samuel Powell, Colt Smith, and Rowan Kaiser. Market hogs in this class weigh between 280 pounds and 288 pounds. Again, market hogs in this class weigh between 280 and 288 pounds. Our next class will be the selection of the Duroc Market Hog Division Champion and Reserve. From Class 1A, Dakota Bernard, 1B, Jane Dutterer, 1C, Layla Metz, and the winner from this class.
I just can't. You can try it. I could. Another good class here as we work into our heavyweight group of Duroc barrows. And with that, the young lady here on the far side is going to lead off this particular class. And in terms of initial impression right out of the gate, that's the heads up, level made barrow that comes together with a proportional, well-balanced image from the side. And I think from a standpoint of skeletal quality, stays the most correct in this particular setting. He's laid in the best in terms of the angle of his blade and his knee up front. That's the longest hipped barrow. That's the farthest reaching in terms of reach and flex off both ends of its skeleton. I ideally like to pull him apart just ever so slightly in terms of his blade and his forerib shape and give him just a shot more in terms of freshness and spread on the upper side of his skeleton. But I still deem that barrow more than opened up enough in terms of his chest width, and as he leaves me, I think he still comes together with the neatest look in terms of stoutness of structure and presence at the profile. Young lady does a nice job there. Young man here that's behind her is going to follow up in second, and if you're looking for one that is probably just a bit bolder in terms of his body shape and just naturally has a bit more turn and spread on the upper side of his body, this barrow certainly does that. That's a big-chested hog who's pulled apart up high and big hipped from behind. I certainly don't question his product and his power in this particular setting. Probably is just a notch plainer in terms of his look. That's the rounder hipped barrow that's a bit flatter in terms of his front foot placement, tends to work in at his knee as he drives directly towards me ever so slightly. Maybe just want to freshen that guy up a nickel to talk about flipping that pair. Young lady that follows in third, similar story, and honestly, second and third are probably much more similar in terms of their type and kind from a standpoint of that gilt certainly being bold and powerful. She's opened up off both ends of her skeleton and pliable in terms of her rib shape. That's a shorter fronted gilt that's more upright in terms of the angle of her knee and her blade up front, and want to modify her there ever so slightly throughout the duration of the drive. That's the shortest hipped option of those initial three that unfortunately gets a bit tighter in terms of her hock joint, just more restricted on the move. Young man that comes out next, like the front two-thirds of this barrow a good deal right out of the gate in terms of the fact that he's still a big-chested hog. He has some depth of body. He hits me a bit staler in terms of his topside shape up here. Get behind that guy, and I'm a notch more disappointed. He's a bit flatter in terms of his pin width and his hip shape from behind. Want to stouten him up a bit in that regard. Young lady that comes out next, doing a good job, and I actually really like this skill, stoutness of skull and feature, bold forearmed. Wish those pieces of her stoutness matched in terms of just her general body and width out here today. Hits me a bit flatter in terms of her forerib shape and a bit shallower and just drier centered in this particular setting. Want to freshen her up a nickel in that regard. As we continue to let these out here, have some differences in terms of soundness of structure and some balance things. Want to freshen this gilt up just a touch and mention that she may be read just a nickel staler to me. Certainly has some depth of body and some growth to her. Young man here doing a nice job. Want to square that gilt up from behind and blend her better at her ham-loin junction. Pick her up on her front feet ever so slightly. Young man's doing a good job though. Let's put our hands together for him.
Congratulations to our Class 1D Duroc Market Hog exhibitors. First to Atlee Miller, second to Rowan Kaiser, third to Haley Becker, fourth to Colt Smith, fifth to Emma Harrison, sixth to Samuel Powell, seventh to Grafton Condon, and eighth to Evan Shoemaker. If you're reading down your program, 7, 3, 8, 1, 6, 8, 1, 5, 6, 4, and 2. In the ring now, we have the following exhibitors. From Class 1A with a Duroc Market Hog weighing 256 pounds, Dakota Bernard. From Class 1B, Jane Dutterer with a Duroc weighing 261 pounds. Class 1C, Layla Metz with a Duroc weighing 176 pounds. And from our last class, 1D, with a Duroc Market Hog weighing 285 pounds, Miss Atlee Miller. At this time, our judge will be selecting the champion Duroc and reserve champion Duroc Market Hog. We would like to thank our sponsors for the champion Duroc Market Hog, Joe and Marcy Borner, and for Greg and Beth Hester for the reserve award. Immediately following the selection of champion and reserve champion Duroc Market Hog, we will be moving into the Hereford Market Hog division, looking for entries from Boyd Bechtel, Caroline Schindler, and Patrick Barber.
Well, a fun Duroc show to get started with here, and with that, I think as we bring our class winners back out, not going to tell you they all look exactly identical, because I actually think we have a couple different types represented, and that's okay, because I think at the core of it, they all still represent the right kind of market hog fundamentals, and maybe have some differences in terms of look and balance out here as well, and not to detract from any of the exhibitors that are out here, but it probably gets the closest in my mind. And I know we've still got a second to work back in here, but the closest between the young man to my left and the young lady here to my right. And I do think that those two represent some differences. And just to kind of briefly describe them before we pick our champion Duroc selection, the young lady with the heavier weight barrow, I like some things about that hog in terms of his look and his presence and the way he comes together from the side whenever she gets the stick on him. Up-headed, level-made barrow that collects himself with a show barrow kind of image, I guess you could say, and so like those things about him. I will say I'd like to relax him just a bit up front as we bring him back out here in terms of where his blade lays onto his body, and make him just a bit more comfortable there, and maybe open him up just ever so slightly at the base of his chest, but certainly one that I think comes together with a neat kind of image from the side, and is probably the freshest in terms of his presentation out here in this particular setting. Young man to my left that came out with the lighter weight barrel. Maybe initially I have to study past some things, and whenever you really get in and study this guy, love how he's extremely pulled apart off either end of his skeleton, big-chested, bold-bladed hog that's got the right kind of turn to his rib cage, and he's big-hipped from behind, and honestly, in terms of reach and comfort off both end of his skeleton, probably is as good as any out here in terms of reach and flexibility and staying coordinated throughout the duration of the drive. And so those are some of the differences that I see amongst the two. You've maybe got a prettier option or a power option, and ultimately I think one of them probably has the skeletal advantage when you get them back out here in terms of just true reach and flexibility. Young man that came out of our lighter class here is going to have our champion.
Congratulations to our champion Duroc Market Hog exhibitor, Dakota Bernard. We are now looking for Caleb Chamberlain to return to the ring.
dropped the second place in out of that class, and as I mentioned during the class discussion, young man's done an excellent job with skin and hair and presenting that barrow in the right way out here this evening, and mentioned that I like how he's pulled apart and good-bodied. Back in class, we talked about how I want to lengthen that guy out of his hip and just relax him in terms of his rear pastern set, give him a notch more toe spread at the ground to make him a notch more secure out here, but certainly fits right in the mix. I talked about another one that I liked a good deal in terms of his look and presence from the side and the way he kind of comes together with a proportional, well-balanced image. Young lady here in front of me is going to have our reserve.
Congratulations to our reserve champion, Duroc Market Hog exhibitor, Miss Layla Metz. We are now entering our Hereford Market Hog division. We will be looking for 3 entries: Boyd Bechtel, Caroline Schindler, and Patrick Barber, with market hogs weighing between 246 and 254 pounds. Again, market hogs will be weighing between 246 and 254 pounds. If Wyatt Griffin is in the barn, please report to the backdrop. Wyatt to the backdrop. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, at the conclusion of our Duroc show, we are going to give out the Janie Harrison Memorial Duroc Award. Janie Harrison was a huge supporter of Carroll County 4-H youth, and she loved nothing more than a good Duroc hog and 4-H kids that were involved in the Duroc breed. At this time, it is my pleasure and honor to announce that this year's Supreme Duroc exhibitor is Dakota Bernard. Dakota, please come to the backdrop. Dakota Bernard, you are the winner of the Jane Harrison Memorial Award. Janie Harrison, any of your family, please report to the backdrop for pictures at this time.
Nice trio here to get started with the Hereford show, and with that, I think the 2 that we have represented in our top pair, so to speak, are very different in terms of the attributes that they have, in terms of class leading advantages. And with that, young lady here to my right is going to lead off the class for us, and one that I think just hits me a bit fresher and more expressive in terms of her topside shape and spread that she has. That gilt comes bolder out of the backside of her blade and is bigger hipped from behind, and with that, balances up just a little better from the side in terms of length ahead of her blade and staying collected in her top line. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her foot size at the surface ever so slightly, square her up at her knee just a bit, and we could maybe make her a shot more flexible. But I think from a squareness perspective, being fresh and expressive in terms of her muscle shape, that's where that gilt has the advantage. Young man here doing a nice job and brings us a gilt that probably is just a bit looser in terms of her structure out here, and with that, very pliable in terms of her rib shape. Like those things about her, and she is a tick stouter in terms of her forearm size and her foot size at the surface from a structure perspective. At the same token, I deem that gilt probably just a bit plainer ahead of her blade, and in terms of her top side shape, not quite as expressive from a muscle perspective, and just a bit tucked up in terms of her flank, little drier centered in terms of her body shape today. Young man that comes out in third, I told him, has a gilt that certainly has some spread and dimension on the upper side of her skeleton. Big topped kind of a gilt that's still bold in terms of her forearm. For me, I want to modify her structurally. She's a bit too upright off both ends of her skeleton. That's the shorter hipped gilt that's too tight and restricted in terms of her movement to go ahead and work her up. Young people are doing a nice job there. Let's put our hands together for him.
Congratulations to our exhibitors of Class 4A. We will get to those results in just a moment. Liam Reeder, if you are in the Shipley building, report to your parents. Again, Liam Reeder, your parents are looking for you. Report to them right away, please. Results of Class 4A, Hereford Market Hogs. First to Caroline Schindler, second to Boyd Bechtel, and third to Patrick Barber. In the ring now, Class 4B, Hereford Market Hogs. Exhibitors include Brooks Warner, Kylie Medlin, and Riley Dell. Market hogs range in weight from 267 pounds to 275 pounds. Class 4C, Hereford Market Hogs, will be coming to the ring shortly. Aubrey Fair, Andrew Warner, Haley Bittinger, Ryan O'Meara, and Caleb Chamberlain.
Another good group here, and the young ladies, kind of louder marked gilt there on the far side, is going to lead off this class for us, and I think separates herself from a standpoint of stoutness of skull and heaviness of structure in this particular setting, and with that still hits me with the freshest kind of look out here and pulls herself together with a neat kind of image from the side, and an initial impression right out of the gate driving right towards me. That's the stout skull, old bladed gilt that's the most pulled apart at the base of her chest and transitions back into the freshest topside shape. She's tremendous in terms of her pin width and just width from behind and how she maintains that to the ground. If we're going to nitpick on her, we could probably make her a notch more secure with where her rear feet hit the surface every so often, get a little uncoordinated in terms of her rear step, but that certainly doesn't hinder her reach and flex off both ends of her skeleton, like her to go ahead and win. That's not to detract from the young lady that follows up in second and brings us just a very basic, productive kind of a barrow that's pliable in its rib shape, long-sided, extended hog that you can like some things about. In terms of just covering the basics, I would like to stouten him up in terms of his feature ever so slightly. Little frailer, smaller footed kind of a barrow that gets shorter and steeper out of his hip, just a bit plainer ahead of his blade, and in terms of his top shape up high. Young lady's doing a nice job though. Young man that rounds out the class for us brings us another growthy, extended heavyweight kind of a market hog, and you can like those things about him. For me, that guy's a bit too far forward in the angle of his blade, a notch rounder out of his hip. Want to freshen him up and lean him up just a bit in terms of his shape up high to make him just a notch more expressive in his muscle shape. Young man's doing an excellent job. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors there.
Congratulations to our Class 4B Hereford Market Hog exhibitors. First to Riley Dell, second to Kylie Medlin, and third to Brooks Warner. Reading down your program, 3, 2, 1. In the ring now, we have Class 4C Hereford Market Hogs. These pigs weigh between 281 and 288 pounds. Exhibitors include Aubrey Fair, Andrew Warner, Haley Bittinger, Ryan O'Meara, and Caleb Chamberlain. Immediately following this class, we're moving into the champion and reserve champion selection for Hereford Market Hogs.
Interesting class that's honestly kind of a mixed bag, and I think you've got lots of different parts and pieces to evaluate. Ultimately, the one I'm the most comfortable with from a standpoint of just being very basic and very complete out here, young man in the center of the ring is going to lead off our class and brings us a very productive kind of a market hog that I think from a standpoint being opened up off both ends, pliable in terms of his rib shape, and reading with the right kind of width and spread up high, certainly handles those things, still stays square from a scalable perspective. We could maybe give him just a shot looser structure in terms of reach and flex and how he utilizes his hock from behind. And ideally, I'd peel that guy back in terms of his condition and cover just a notch, but certainly a nice barrow that reads with the right kind of basic market hog fundamentals to lead off this particular class. Young lady that follows in second, this is a barrow that probably is just a bit leaner and fresher in regards to his top side shape and just being more expressive from a muscle perspective. I actually deem that guy pretty stout in terms of his feature, even in comparison to our class winner, bold forearmed and heavier structured at the surface. I would like to pick him up in terms of his front feet placement, lay him back just a bit in the angle of his blade and collect him ever so slightly in terms of his top line and where his rear foot sits down, but certainly long-sided, extended kind of a barrow that still reads with some muscle shape up high. Young lady on the far side lands in third for us, and another one that certainly has some growth and looks like an easy feeding kind of market hog from a standpoint of pliability of rib shape. Still reads with plenty of muscle, no doubt. I read that guy just a bit plainer in terms of his look, shorter face kind of a barrow that's a bit frailer and smaller footed at the surface. Just want to freshen him up ever so slightly. Young man that comes out in fourth over here certainly can appreciate this barrow from a standpoint of, again, reading just a bit stouter than was the one that was in third, and with that, still having some width and spread up high. At the same token, I want to pull him apart in terms of his chest and his forerib, give him a shot more expressive muscle shape in this particular setting, and lengthen him out of his hip ever so slightly. Young man here, another one that I don't question from a muscle perspective, because I think he certainly still has some length, has some extension, a little drier in terms of his center body today, rounder out of his hip and steeper there. Want to give him a shot more flex and reach. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
entering the ring now. We have our exhibitors competing for champion and reserve champion Hereford Market Hog. From Class 1A, Caroline Schindler with a market hog weighing 249 pounds. From Class 1B, Riley Dell, exhibiting a market hog weighing 275 pounds. And from Class 1C, Caleb Chamberlain with a market hog weighing 288 pounds. I believe we had our numbers wrong for our Class 1B. Kylie Medlin is driving in the champion division.
Bring our class winners back out and think they represent each of their respective weight classes very well. And with that, some differences amongst them, but ultimately there's one that hit me the hardest in terms of initial impression. I think appropriately combined stoutness of feature, a heavy-duty kind of a look out here, the most pulled apart off either end of its skeleton, and with that, the freshest from a shape perspective. Young lady here on the far side is going to have our champion Hereford.
Congratulations to Kylie Medlin. I apologize. Kylie won her Class 1B, so now we're looking for Riley Dell for reserve.
Drop that second place in, and certainly fits right in the mix as we talked about back in class. Productive, pliable kind of a barrow that certainly covers the basics. Probably just a nickel frailer and not quite as dimensional as I would term ideal. There's another one that I think fits right in for reserve, maybe a bit different in regards to type and kind than our champion, but very complete, basic kind of a hog that's productive in terms of shape, pulled apart and still has width and spread on the upper side of his skeleton. Wanted to fresh him up just a nickel and maybe lengthen him out of his hip just ever so slightly, but certainly one that fits right in. Young man here is going to have your reserve.
Congratulations to Caleb Chamberlain for exhibiting the reserve champion Hereford Market Pig. We're getting ready to roll into our Berkshire division. We should have entries for Class 7B. That includes Sienna Sanat, Austin Lankum, Maya Trump, Grace Shoemaker, and Brooks Warner. Class 1C exhibitors, Class 7C exhibitors, Jaden Feeser Favorite, Owen Boone, Tessa Barber, and Reagan Feeser Favorite, and Isabella Snyder. Please be in your pens for the committee to come around and bring you to the show ring. Class 1A Berkshire Market Hogs is in the ring. Class 1A Berkshire Market Hogs is in the ring. We have entries from Evan Fair, Nadia Groff, Chloe Miller, Evan Shoemaker, Jaden Feeser Favorite. These market hogs range in size from 240 to 244 pounds. Again, Class 7A Berkshire Market Hogs.
took just a beat longer here because to be completely transparent, I'm not sure there's one that just perfectly suits my kind, I guess you could say, in this particular setting. I think we've got a lot of different kind of options to choose from out here in terms of class leading and advantages and kind of where you want to lay your priorities. And so ultimately some little things come down to personal preference, and the hog that I deem probably the freshest in terms of his spread up high and his body shape. Young man's done an excellent job with skin and hair, and the way he kind of proportions up from the side. Young man's barrow there in the center of the ring leads off the class for us, and I do think from a standpoint of stoutness of skull and feature and reading with the right kind of pliability to his center body, still a big topped barrow that's big hipped when you step in behind him and stays square in terms of his hock placement and where he sets his rear pastern down. Like those things about him. If we're going to be nitpicky, the front really 1/3 of this guy's body I'd like to modify just a little bit because he wants to work in at his knee ever so slightly, and for me he's a bit too upright in terms of the angle of his shoulder and his knee up front. I'd like to lay him in a bit better in that regard to deem him more flexible out here. Everything still reads square in terms of that guy's build from behind, still like his pliability and his back shape up high. Just want to modify his knee and his blade angle up front to deem him an easier class winner, I guess you could say. A young man on the far side with a gilt doesn't always want to cooperate for him, but whenever she does finally kind of come together and on occasion that she wants to put her head up and pull herself together from the side, that's a gilt that you can like a lot of things about. She is probably just a bit truer and square coming directly at me in terms of chest width and the way her knee sets into her body. She's laid in better in that regard, and at the same time, long-hipped, loose-structured kind of a gilt that's flexible, very pliable, and pulled apart in terms of the center portion of her body. I deem her probably just a bit plainer in terms of her top side shape, a bit rounder out of her hip, and doesn't piece together as well from the side, kind of rolls in on her front feet ever so slightly as well. Young man here with the paler skinned barrow doing a nice job, and whenever he gets his head up and gets him rolling across the ring, heads up, level made kind of a barrow that's certainly very, very shapely. Can't question him from a muscle perspective, big chested, bold bladed kind of a hog. I want to modify him probably off both ends of his skeleton. He's a bit more upright in the angle of his blade and his knee up front, and just a bit tighter and more restricted in terms of the use of his hock and his rear pastern from behind. Would like to lengthen him out in terms of his stride and just give him a shot more flexibility. He's a little drier centered today as well. Young lady that comes out next, certainly bold, powerful kind of a hog that you never question in terms of his body type or his width and his spread. Honestly probably has just a shot more extra condition and cover than I would term ideal today. Starts to push his hock ever so slightly from behind. Needs to balance up a little better. Opposite end of the spectrum for the young ladies. Gilt that rounds out the class for us. Long-sided, extended, very gilt that you never question from a muscle perspective. A little flatter in terms of her body type and narrower up front today. A little steeper out of her hip. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our 7A Berkshire Market Hog class exhibitors. First to Evan Shoemaker, second to Evan Fair, third to Jaden Feeser Favorite, fourth to Chloe Miller, and fifth to Nadia Groff. Reading down your program, 2, 5, 4, 1, 3. Moving on to our class 7B Berkshire Market Hog Division. Exhibitors include Sienna Sinat, Alston Lankum, Maya Trump, Grace Shoemaker, and Brooks Warner. These market hogs are weighing between 250 and 258 pounds. Berkshire Market Hogs Class 7C exhibitors need to be in their pens.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like you to draw your attention to this gentleman here in the black shirt. This is our Deputy Secretary of Agriculture from the state of Maryland. Mr. Steve Conley, and we'd like to give him a real warm Carroll County welcome. It's nice to hear. He's going to say a few words, and we're going to get him to pass out a couple ribbons while he's here.
Go ahead. Good evening, Carroll County. Looks like you got an awesome crowd here. Love pigs. I got my first pig when I was about 4 years old. My grandfather got it for me for Christmas. So pigs have always had a very special place in my heart. So just wanted to send greetings from the Maryland Department of Agriculture, Secretary Bartenfelder, and Governor Hogan. So I thought the crowd at the cake auction was big, but this is even a better crowd. And I understand you have a large number of exhibitors tonight. Hope everyone does well. And congratulations on the 125th anniversary of the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair. So you all have a good night.
You can stay out there and give out some ribbons. Oh, here you go. Whoops, I got it. Karen, give that to the judge.
Well, I'm glad that we have Mr. Conley here to help us pass out the ribbons for this class of our Berkshire Market Hogs. And I asked him which one his favorite was and asked if we disagreed, if I was going to be in trouble. And he told me I could pick the one I wanted. But one of them reminds him of his bird dog that he has back home. And so I thought that was kind of interesting in terms of color pattern and marking. So my personal favorite of the group, even if Mr. Conley and I maybe disagree ever so slightly, is the young lady here with the louder marked gilt. I know she's wanting to fight her just a bit. That's going to be our class winner this evening. Stout structured, stout featured kind of a gilt that's still really bold and opened up off both ends of her skeleton. That's a big four-armed gilt that transitions back into an open rib cage. She's big topped and reads the freshest in terms of her shape up high and stout hips from behind. Throughout the duration, if there's some things we could modify about her skeletally in terms of making her blend just a bit better, directly behind her blade, lengthen her out of her hip just ever so slightly. But I think her flex and her reach isn't necessarily limited. Just want to pull her together and bounce her up a little differently from the side. Young man here, I know we were driving just a tick longer there. Young man here, though, brings us a really powerful, product-oriented kind of a barrow that's big-chested, heavy-structured, and certainly has a top and a stout hip laid into him, so I never question him from a power and a muscle perspective. I do want to modify him skeletally just ever so slightly, lay him back a bit in the angle of his blade and lengthen him out of his hip. Throughout the duration of the drive, he just gets tighter and more restricted in terms of his hock and his rear pastern set and where he sets down from behind. Just want to make him a notch more comfortable out here, but really like some things about that guy in terms of stoutness of structure and power. Young lady here with the more predominantly black barrow, done a good job with skin and hair, and brings us one that's very productive and basic in my mind. pliable from a rib shape perspective, and with that, still reads with some width and spread up high, but probably just a bit plainer in terms of his topside shape. A little shorter face barrow that's a notch more upright in terms of the angle of his knee up front. Want to lengthen him out of his hip just a bit as well, make him a shot fresher from a muscle shape perspective. Young lady that comes out next, another one you certainly don't question in terms of just power and product. Wide, opened up, bold-bodied, kind of a market hog. With that, though, just pushing a little extra cover or condition in my mind. Shorter face, kind of a barrow that's rounder hipped and just a bit boxier in his build. Want to lean him up just ever so slightly. Young man here, long-sided, extended barrow, certainly still has some muscle shape. Needs to balance up a little differently. Want to lay him back in the angle of his blade, level him out of his top line, and make him a shot square from hock to ground. Congratulations to those exhibitors doing a nice job.
Congratulations to our Class 7B Berkshire Market Hogs. First to Maya Trump, second to Brooks Warner, third to Grace Shoemaker, fourth to Sienna Sinat, and fifth to Austin Lankum. Ladies and gentlemen, I will continue to read down my program, but some of the programs, the names are printed differently. So in my program, fourth was Sienna Sinat, fifth Austin Lankin, first Maya Trump, third Grace Shoemaker, and second Brooks Warner. I will try to remember to read it down that way. In the ring now, we have Class 7C Berkshire Market Hogs. Entries include Jaden Feezer Favorite, Owen Boone, Tessa Barber, Reagan Feezer Favorite, and Isabella Snyder. These market hogs are weighing between 260 and 267 pounds.
Well, we have two polar opposites in terms of type and kind at the top end here, and have to ultimately result to some personal preference and just prioritize some things. And the young lady that leads off the class in the center of the ring kind of had to get in and study this guy because initial impression right out of the gate didn't necessarily want to cooperate for the young lady and kind of put his head in the dirt. But whenever she does get his head up and get him rolling across the ring, there's some things that you can be drawn to about this barrow in terms of just a productive market hog kind of a look, powerful product oriented. He's pulled apart off both ends of his skeleton. That's the stoutest structured, just heavy duty kind of an image out here. And with that, dense in terms of his build, bold in his body type, big hips from behind. I'll completely admit I want to freshen him up in terms of his topside shape just ever so slightly, reading a little plainer in that regard. We could probably lengthen him out of his front end just a bit. But when you really step in and study basics in terms of a productive look, the right kind of body shape paired with stoutness of feature and skeletal quality out here from a reach and flex and squareness perspective, that's the barrow that ultimately kind of rises to the top in my mind. In a totally opposite kind of way, this young person's gilt starts to rise to the top too for totally different reasons in terms of the fact that this one's extremely lean, shapely, expressive kind of a gilt, long-sided, extended, and if we're just talking market hogs, lean cutout value definitely favors that one because she reads with the right kind of muscle shape. For me, I read her a notch more closed up, coming directly at me in terms of her chest and her forerib shape. That one doesn't balance up quite as good. I want to blend her better at her ham-loin junction, lengthen her out of her hip a bit, and give her a shot more flexibility in terms of the use of her hock and her rear pastern. Young lady there on the far side, the gilt's wanting to fight her a bit, so you kind of have to study past that. Very basic kind of a market hog. That gilt's pliable in terms of her rib shape. Still has some stoutness of feature and some width to her. Just a bit plainer in terms of her look. Want to freshen her up high, blend her better at her ham-loin junction, level her out of her hip just ever so slightly. Young man that comes next here, similar story, honestly, as our gilt that we just discussed in terms of this gilt having some height of shoulder, some length, some extension, some growth to her. You like those things about her. Certainly still has some muscle shape. For me, she's the most closed up in terms of the base of her chest, driving right towards me, the flattest bladed, flattest sided of the entire group that needs to just get a shot more muscle and true width and dimension to her. Young man that rounds out the class for us, I told him in terms of just stoutness of feature and having some real width and spread on the upper side of his skeleton, certainly does that. Really bold-bodied kind of a barrow. For me today, he's pushing too much extra condition. That's the shortest made, shortest back kind of a barrow that actually works against him in this setting because I want to lengthen him out off either end and give him a shot more reach and flex in terms of his hip and his hind leg motion throughout the duration of the drive. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 7C Berkshire Market Hog exhibitors. First, to Tessa Barber. Second, to Isabella Snyder. Third, to Reagan Feeser Favorite. Fourth, to Jaden Feeser Favorite. And fifth, to Owen Boone. Reading down your program, 4, Jaden Feeser Favorite. 5, Owen Boone. 1, Tessa Barber. 3, Reagan Feeser Favorite. And 2, Isabella Snyder. Entering the ring now, we have the following exhibitors: Jarrett Edwards, Allison Schultz, Reagan Feeser Favorite, and Nicole McDivitt. These market hogs range in weight from 285 to 275 pounds. Again, 275 to 285 pounds. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. Immediately following this class, we will move into the selection of our champion Berkshire Market Hog. Attention exhibitors and families, attention exhibitors and families. Nomination for the sale is now currently open behind the announcer's booth. Nomination of sale pigs is now currently open behind the information announcing booth. Miss Vicky is there. If you have already shown your pig, it weighed over 240 pounds and gained more than 1.6 pounds per day, you may go nominate your pig for the sale. We are also taking nominations for the Scholarship Market Hog. Scholarship Market Hogs you are guaranteed $600. Again, you will be awarded $600 for your market hog. Proceeds then from the auction will be toward our scholarship in Carroll County. Nominations are open.
Young lady here in the center of the ring is going to lead off for us, doing a nice job and brings us a gilt that, for me, reads the freshest in terms of her topside shape, the most expressive, definitely shapely, muscular kind of a gilt that's lean, and with that, whenever she gets that gilt's head up and gets her rolling, kind of lets herself with a sharp image from the side in terms of having some extension ahead of her blade, level topped, and with that, still reads with the right kind of muscle shape and power to her, especially on the upper side of her skeleton. I would like to blend her better at her ham-loin junction and just loosen her up in terms of her hind leg structure. She gets a bit more upright in the use of her hock, and I want to give her just a shot more flex and reach off both ends of her skeleton. But certainly for me, from a freshness perspective and just true muscularity, that's the gilt that needs to win. Young man on the far side doing a good job, brings us a productive barrow that's pliable in his rib shape. Probably is a little looser hinging than the young lady's gilt that leads off for us from a flexibility perspective. Doesn't balance up as good from the side. He's the plainer headed barrow that's too far forward, and the angle of his blade rounds out of his hip just a bit. Young lady, I called her Speed Racer, and I commend her for sticking with her barrow that she brought out. That one, again, pliable in terms of its rib shape. It had some growth, some length, some extension, and some stoutness of feature. Just a little plainer in terms of its muscle shape today, a little flatter in its makeup. Young lady here doing a nice job that rounds out the class for us. Loose structured individual that has some body shape still, some length, some extension. For me, too flat off both ends of his skeleton, little plainer in his topside shape, needs to be freshened up in that regard. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 7D Berkshire Market Hogs. First, Allison Schultz. Second, to Jarrett Edwards. Third, to Reagan Feeser Favorite. And fourth, to Nicole McDivitt. Reading down your program: 2, Jarrett Edwards. 1, Allison Schultz. 3, Reagan Feeser Favorite. And 4, Nicole McDivitt. Entering the ring now, we have our 4 class winners. From our lightweight or lighter weight class, we have Evan Shoemaker with a Berkshire Market Hog weighing 244. From Class 7B, we have Maya Trump with a Market Hog weighing 250 pounds. From Class 7C, Tessa Barber with a Market Hog weighing 262 pounds. And finally, from Class D, Allison Schultz, Market Hog weighing 282. After we select our champion Berkshire Market Hog, we will be ready to move into our spot division. Spot exhibitors need to be in your pens. Spot exhibitors should be in your pens. We would like to thank the trophy donations for Champion and Reserve Champion Market Hog, Berkshire Market Hog. Champion was donated by Durban Transport, and Reserve from Bloom Valley Farm, Keith and Kate Chrome.
The Berkshire show was as interesting for me to sort through as anything so far, just because we had lots of different types represented, and so personal preference, priorities kind of come into play in terms of what's more my kind, and trying to find something as close to the ideal as possible, maybe in settings where honestly it kind of had some give and take back in those classes, and with that, I think that's still represented here whenever we come back out for our champion selection, and I think we've got lots of differences, just to kind of talk back through them in no particular order, because I think the young people deserve to kind of hear my thoughts and what's going through my head, and maybe a more challenging champion lineup, again, in no particular order, just to describe before we pick our champion. The young man directly in front of me, as I talked back in class, I liked that barrow stoutness of feature, liked how he came together from the side in terms of levelness in a square kind of a build. I want to lay him back in the angle of his blade, make him more comfortable and collected in terms of his front end structure, and probably give him just a shot more real muscle when I step in behind him. Young lady here with the paler skinned barrow in the center of the ring. That one, as I mentioned, extremely productive, bold-bodied, pulled apart kind of a hog that's honestly probably a little bit past his prime in terms of freshness and real just expressive shape on the upper side of his skeleton, but really like some things about him in terms of his flex and reach off both ends. Young lady with the more solid black gilt, I guess you could say, or the darker black gilt here in the center of the ring. Really like that gilt's lean shape, her freshness, how expressive she is up high, her height of shoulder and levelness as she comes together from the side. Get her back out here and probably question her a bit more in terms of just being upright off both ends of her skeleton, wanting to give her a shot more reach off both ends. Young lady there in the center of the ring, exhibitor 202, brings us a gilt that has a bad attitude, but whenever she finally gets herself together and collects herself out here, really step in and study that gilt, and she's as good as any from a standpoint of reach and flex off both ends of her skeleton. Still a truly broad, opened up, dimensional kind of a gilt that's bold-bodied, big-hipped, and has the right kind of spread up high, and I think in today's setting comes together with the most complete kind of an image. She's going to have your champion there on the far side.
Congratulations, Maya Trump, for exhibiting the champion Berkshire Market Hog. We are now looking for Brooks Warner to return to the ring. Brooks Warner returned to the ring with his second place Berkshire Market Hog, weighing 258 pounds. Again, spot exhibitors need to be in their pens. Spot exhibitors in your pens, please.
Drop that second place in and fits right in the mix, certainly. There's another one in my mind from a standpoint of true shape and expression on the upper side of her skeleton, stoutness of feature that kind of surfaces for me out here. And with that, mentioned that maybe she got just a bit more restricted when she came back out for the final drive, but I do think from a standpoint of still being square in her build, fresh and expressive on the upper side of her skeleton, young lady here is going to follow up for reserve.
Congratulations, Allison Schultz, for exhibiting the reserve champion Berkshire Market Hog. In the ring now, we're going to start our Spot Market Hog show. We have 2 entries in Class 10A. Libby Green, and Gabe Dell. These market hogs weigh between 240 and 247 pounds. Class 10B spot market hogs, exhibitors Lauren Wareheim, Ella Fritz, Andrew Natz, Mitchell Smith, and Blaine Edwards. The committee will be coming for your market hogs shortly. Please be at your pen.
Just the pair here, and with that, we're going to lead off with the young man closest to me. That barrow's got kind of a bad attitude and doesn't want to cooperate with him, but whenever you get in and study him, that's a really heavy-duty kind of a barrow that's extremely stout-structured, big forearm, stout-featured kind of a barrow that's long-sided and extended, and honestly prefer him from a maturity pattern standpoint in terms of length, extension, and growth that he has to him. That barrow is more shapely on the upper side of his skeleton and leaner today, has the advantage in terms of cutout value there as well. We could probably make him just a bit bolder in terms of his body type and softer centered. That's something we could modify, but I think from a standpoint of skeletal quality, reach, and flex, he has the advantage. Young lady here doing a good job and certainly brings us a productive kind of a market hog that's bold-bodied, deep-centered kind of a barrow that's got some spread up high, pushing a little extra cover and condition for me today, and I think that goes along with just his quicker kind of maturity pattern out here and just the type that he reads like. For me, just a bit shorter in terms of his face and his body type, and want to lengthen and extend him out everywhere, give him a shot more reach and flex in terms of the use of his hock from behind. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 10A spot market hog. First to Gabe Dell, second to Libby Green. Entering the ring now is Class 10B. Exhibitors include Lauren Wareheim, Ella Fritz, Andrew Natz, Mitchell Smith, and Blaine Edwards. Class 10C spot market hogs. Please be in your pens, Gannon Heckler, Alexia Cornett, and Colby Wetzel.
If I can have your attention in the show ring area. This is the 125th year of the fair, and we've had lots of great things happen over many years. But I'm going to tell you, and I don't mean to embarrass this, folks, but Mr. Claude Ruby is here, and we're going to ask Claude if he'd stand up, maybe tip his hat. Everybody, he's down here to the right of the announcer stand, and Claude is 92 years young, and I think he's got to be probably the oldest living swine committee member, and we're really glad he's here, and thank you. And he was a big part of this fair. He's going to tell you about all the old times when they built the barns, the old barns, and all the things they did. But Mr. Ruby was an integral part of this fair for many years, and we're really glad he's here tonight to take in the swine show. So thank you, and if you get a chance, say hello.
Top end here is different in regards to type and kind and the positives that they bring to the table. Young Man's Guilt that leads off the class for me hits me just a bit fresher in regards to her presence out here, a little more shapely up high and leaner from a condition standpoint. Comes together with a sharp kind of image from the profile at the same time. That one's cleaner and more extended ahead of her blade, opens up bold and dimensional in terms of the base of her chest, and still reads with the right kind of rib shape and spread on the upper side of her skeleton. Big hipped gilt that at the same token, like I mentioned, just hits me as fresher in terms of her look and her presence and her muscle shape out here. With that, we could lengthen her out of her hip just ever so slightly and make her a notch more secure in terms of her toe size and spread at the surface. It reads just a bit frailer in comparison to the barrow that's going to land in second, but I think from a proportionality standpoint and a freshness perspective, that's where her true advantage lies. Young lady there on the far side certainly brings us one that's impressive from a standpoint of stoutness of skull and feature, bold forearmed individual that's tremendously heavy structured, bold bodied and pliable in his rib shape. For me, he's probably pushing a bit past 12 o'clock, and today's setting hits me a bit plainer in terms of his topside shape with a notch more extra condition, a little plainer ahead of his blade, and with that want to lengthen him in terms of his rear step from behind just ever so slightly. Like him though in terms of his square build and the fact that he's so stout and so heavy structured. Young lady here comes in third and brings us a barrow that's certainly opened up in terms of the base of his chest, wide made and pulled apart off both ends of his skeleton. Mentioned to her that I want him to balance up just a little bit better. He rolls forward in terms of the angle of his blade up front, a little shorter and steeper out of his hip from behind, and want to see him just pieced together with a better image of balance from the profile. Young man that comes out next brings us another gilt that I think represents heaviness of structure, stoutness of feature very well. Long-sided, extended, and certainly lean in today's setting. Does hit me a bit sailor in terms of her makeup, drier centered kind of a gilt that needs to be more pulled apart off either end. Young man here doing a nice job and a gilt that reads with some true shape and power on the upper side of her skeleton, opened up off either end. For me, want to modify her structurally. She rocks forward in the angle of her blade, gets a bit steeper out of her hip from behind, and a notch more uncoordinated with where she sets her hock and her rear pastern down. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to our Class 10B Spot Market Hog exhibitors. First, Andrew Natz. Second, to Ella Fritz. Third, to Lauren Wareheim. Fourth, to Blaine Edwards. And fifth, to Mitchell Smith. Reading down your program as follows: Lauren Wareheim, 3. Ella Fritz, 2. Andrew Natz, 1. Mitchell Smith, 5. Blaine Edwards, 4. Entering the ring, we have 3 entries in Class 10C Spot Market Hogs. These pigs are weighing between 257 and 259 pounds. Exhibitors include Gannon Hackler, Alexia Cornett, and Colby Wetzel. The following exhibitors in Class 10D need to be with your pigs at this time: Kelsey Bittinger, Emerson Schultz, Cooper Little, Allison Schultz, Carolyn Dutterer, Wyatt Smith, Grady McGrew, Owen Heckler, Tyler Burrell, and Dakota Van Cleve. They will be loading your pigs shortly. Please be with them.
Interesting trio here, because honestly I think you have to take a step back and really study, because initial impression they're fairly similar in terms of some of the positives that they bring to the table. Ultimately, young lady's gilt in the center of the ring hits me as the most pulled apart off both ends of her skeleton. Big chested gilt that's expressive in terms of her top side shape, and with that really powerful in terms of her spread and dimension on the upper side of her skeleton. Big hipped gilt that I think at the same time reads with the right kind of turn to her upper body as well. For me, some things probably need to balance a bit differently on this gilt for me to label her a comfortable class winner. I want to relax her in her spine and just lengthen her out of her hip and her rear step ever so slightly. Her build still reads square, but I want to build more comfort into her skeleton throughout the duration of the drive. Really like some pieces of that gilt, though, whenever the young lady gets her stick on her and gets her rolling from the side in terms of an up-headed, really shapely, expressive, dimensional kind of a look. Young man there that up in second on the far side brings us one that probably is just a shot more coordinated in terms of her rear step and where her hock and her rear pastern sits down. I appreciate her from that regard, and most definitely like some things in terms of her scalable quality and just comfort out here. At the same token, I deem her just a bit drier in terms of her center body today and flatter in her rib shape, and want to see her modified from a standpoint of just giving her a notch more turn and spread on the upper side of her skeleton. Young man here that rounds out the class for us, definitely a very basic, productive kind of a gilt that's bold in her body type. For me, doesn't balance up as well. Little lower fronted gilt that works in at her knee just a bit, and at the same token gets a notch rounder out of her hip, but certainly like that gilt in terms of her body shape and the spread that she has up high. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations. The Class 10C Spot Market hogs weighing between 257 and 259 pounds. First to Alexia Cornett, second to Gannon Heckler, third to Colby Wetzel. Reading down your program: 2, Gannon Heckler; 1, Alexia Cornett; 3, Colby Wetzel. Entering the ring now is our large class of spot market hogs. These hogs are weighing between 260 and 280, 260 and 286. Exhibitors include Kelsey Bittinger, Emerson Schultz, Cooper Little, Allison Schultz, Caroline Dutterer, Wyatt Snyder, Grady McGrew, Owen Hackler, Tyler Burrell, and Dakota Van Cleve. Immediately following the selection of this class winner, we will go into our selection of champion, overall, spot, and reserve.
Nice trio here, and with that, the gilt on the far side, I deem not only extremely stout in terms of her feature and reads with a heavy-duty kind of look out here, but most importantly, I think where she ultimately has the true class advantage is from a standpoint of keeping her skeleton together throughout the duration of the drive. That gilt's laid in the best in terms of the angle of her blade up front. She's square and collected in terms of where her hock and her rear pastern sets down from behind. Reach and flex off both ends of her skeleton ultimately becomes the deciding factor there. I would like to pick her up on her front feet just a bit and clean her up a nickel at her hock joint, but I do read that to be a gilt that's tremendously bold and opened up, big forearm that has the right kind of turn and spread up high. She's not the prettiest directly ahead of her blade, and in a market hog setting, I don't know if she has to be, but I would like to clean her up at the crest of her neck just ever so slightly, make her a shot more extended in that regard. Young lady's barrel on the far side is probably a bit sharper ahead of his blade and a bit more extended up front, and with that initial impression of this hog, there's definitely some things to like in terms of freshness and his topside shape being opened up off both ends of his skeleton. Throughout the duration of the drive, this one strikes me as just a notch more restricted, or I should say uncoordinated, in terms of the use of his hock and where he sets down from behind, starts to step outside himself and kick his rear feet out just ever so slightly. Want to square him up a bit in that regard, stouten him up just a bit in terms of his foot size at the surface. Young man's gilt here just continue to rise up for me in terms of continuing to surface from a standpoint of being a lean, long-sided, extended kind of a gilt that reads with the right kind of muscle shape out here and still reads loose in terms of her structure. I need to balance her up a bit better from the side in terms of cleaning her up at the crest of her neck, giving her a shot more true boldness in terms of her forerib shape and just a more productive center cavity. Want to square her up just a nickel with where she sets down from behind. Young lady that comes out next, just a very pliable, productive kind of a barrow that reads with some width and spread up high. For me, that guy's got to be changed in terms of his front foot placement and comfort. He's too restricted in terms of his blade angle and his knee up front. Need him to balance up better in that regard, lengthen him out up front as well, make him a shot fresher up high. Young lady that comes out next brings us a tremendously opened up, shapely kind of a barrow. Never question him from a muscle perspective. He's big chested and reads with the right kind of spread up high. For me, he's a bit shorter and steeper out of his hip and more restricted in terms of the set of his rear pastern. Reads a little lower fronted in regards to the way he ties his head and neck to the top side of his blade. Would like to modify him and just balance up just a bit differently from the side. Young man that comes out next, another one that I think reads with a pliable kind of rib cage and still reads with some growth, some length and extension. For me, a bit too plain in terms of his muscle pattern. Needs to balance up a bit differently, give him a shot more toe size and spread at the surface to make him more comfortable with the set of his rear pastern. As we continue to kind of let the rest of these out, young man here barrows some growth, some length, some extension, and with that, would like to see him with just a shot more true muscle and dimension. Similar story for this young man. That barrow's flatter in terms of his body type, needs to be more opened up. Both these hogs hit me with plenty of just spread and dimension up high, a little further along from a condition perspective. Want to peel them back a bit. That barrow needs to go just a bit better off both ends. This barrow needs cleaned up in the lower 1/3 of his body and to be fresher. Congratulations to all those exhibitors doing a nice job.
Congratulations to our Class 10D Spot Market Hog exhibitors. This was a very large class. Congratulations to Grady McGrew first. Second to Dakota Van Cleve. Third to Owen Hackler. Fourth to Allison Schultz. Fifth to Kelsey Bittinger. Sixth to Wyatt Snyder. Seventh to Tyler Burrell. Eighth to Cooper Little. Ninth to Emerson Schultz. And 10th to Caroline Dutterer. If you're reading down your program, 5, Kelsey Bittinger. 9, Emerson Schultz. 8, Cooper Little. 4th, Allison Schultz. 10th, Caroline Dutterer. 6, Wyatt Snyder. 1st, Grady McGrew. Third, Owen Hackler. Seventh, Tyler Burrell. Second, Dakota Van Cleve. In the ring at this time, go ahead. In the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors competing for champion spot market hog. From Class 10A, Gabe Dell with a pig weighing 240 pounds. 10B exhibitor is Andrew Natz with a spot weighing 254. Class 10C was won by Alexia Cornett with a spot weighing 258. And from your last class, 10D, was Grady McGrew with a spot weighing 268. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our spot exhibitors. We would also like to thank our trophy donation sponsors, William Harrison and Sons for champion, and our reserve is sponsored by Quarry View Acres, Fred and Denise Ziegler. Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors, please be at your pens at this time. Again, Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors at your pens.
Good group of spot exhibitors here, and with that, as our class winners come back out, just as a judge, sit back and think through how some of the classes in this particular breed were probably a bit harder to piece together in some areas because we had some differences in regards to maybe some of them being a bit past their prime in terms of condition, but reading with the right kind of skeletal quality. The ones that maybe were a bit fresher today, wanted to see them just a bit more comfortable, flexible off both ends, and so I thought there was plenty of give and take all the way throughout, and that's still represented in terms of our class winners that we have out here as well. Plenty of differences, no doubt. Ultimately, there's two that kind of sort up in my mind from a standpoint of just reading like fresh market hogs today in terms of their presentation, shape that they have on the upper side of their skeleton, and being truly opened up and dimensional, and still reading like they're right on target for 12 o'clock and not maybe past that point. And with that, I'll be completely transparent that probably little things I'd modify structurally about both of them, and even our champion probably like to see just kind of grab another gear with a shot more reach and flex out here. But the one that's going to win today, I deem the tallest fronted, neatest looking with the sharpest image from the side, and still reads right in terms of her shape up high from a freshness perspective. Still comes together with a striking kind of image throughout the duration of the drive. Young lady directly in front of me, champion.
Congratulations, Alexia Cornett, for exhibiting your Hampshire champion spot market hog. We are looking for Gannon Hackler to return to the ring with his pig weighing 257 pounds.
Bring that second place in, and knew that I was going to be waiting on her because remembered her from back in class and think she fits right in the mix, and honestly probably for me gets the closest in my mind for reserve between her and the young man's guild on the far side of the ring. And with that, I think both of them represent power and stoutness, and today though I think there's one that's probably just a notch more comfortable off either end of her skeleton from a standpoint of flexibility and staying square and collected. and with that, I think is still just more opened up and powerful off either end of her skeleton. Young man there is going to have our second.
Congratulations, Andrew Natz, for exhibiting the reserve champion Spot Market Hog. We are now ready to move into our Yorkshire Market Hog division. Our first class is 13A, has 3 entries: Levi Savage, Mason Frock, Haley Becker. These Yorkshire Market Hogs are weighing between 244 and 249 pounds.
Young man in the center of the ring is going to lead off our first class of Yorkshires, and with that, I think from a stoutness of feature perspective and still reading very correct in terms of his skeleton, this one fits together the best from a proportionality standpoint at the profile. When he wants to cooperate for that young man and he gets his head up and gets him rolling, that one's a heads up, level made, square hipped, kind of a show barrow that's still very stout featured, reads with the right kind of turn and spread on the upper side of his skeleton, stays big hipped and square from behind as well. We could maybe lengthen him out just ever so slightly up front and clean him up at the crest of his neck where he blends into the top side of his blade, just a nickel, but like that one a good deal to go ahead and lead off this particular class. Young man on the far side follows up in second and does so just from a basic product and muscularity standpoint. That barrow strikes me as the more genuine opened up hog of the two that remain, and with that, that's the bigger backed barrow that's stouter hipped when you step in behind him and just a bit fresher in today's setting. I would like to stouten him up in terms of his feature and his jawline just a bit, give him a shot more reach and flex in terms of the use of his hip and his hind leg from behind. Young lady there doing a great job, brings us just a productive kind of Yorkshire gilt that I think is pliable in her rib shape and still reads with some width and spread up high, but at the same token, I think that's a result of her laying on some extra cover and condition today. Want to freshen her up in her top side shape just a little bit, lengthen her out of her hip ever so slightly for that young lady. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors, Class 13A. First to Levi Savage, second to Mason Frock, and third to Haley Becker. Reading down your program, 1, 2, 3, Savage, Frock, Becker. Entering the ring now, we have Class 13B, 2 entries, Yorkshire Market Hog, 256 to 268. Estella Gover and Andrew Natz.
contrasting pair represented here that are very different in their type and kind, and ultimately young lady on the far side just is more in line with my personal preference and kind of suits my bill a bit better from a standpoint of reading like a show barrow and representing a high degree of quality out here. Comes together with a striking image from the side, heads up, level made kind of a show barrow. That the same token, everything reads very proportional from the side in terms of stoutness of feature and bone work and his body type. I think everything just fits together very well on that guy. Still very opened up at the base of his chest. Impressive view coming right at me in terms of skull shape, chest width, and forearm size, and then going away, stay square and collected. He could actually probably track just a bit wider for my liking, directly from behind. Ever so often wants to hawk in just a little bit, and maybe we could relax him in terms of his rear toe spread and just where his pastern hits the surface, but certainly paints a high quality image from the side for that young lady. Young man that follows up in second brings us just very basic, productive market hog, no doubt pliable and opened up off both ends of his skeleton, big chested, big hipped barrow that's bold bodied, and so I really like those things about him. Maybe pushing some extra cover today, want to clean him up in the lower 1/3 of his body, make him just a notch more extended directly ahead of his blade, and freshen him up at the crest of his neck just a nickel, make him just a shot square directly behind with where he sets his rear feet down. Young man's doing a good job. Congratulations to him.
Results of our Class 13B Yorkshire Market Hogs. First, Estella Gover. Second, Andrew Natz. In your program, reading down, first Gover, second Natz. Entering the ring now, we have Class 13C. Exhibitors include Kylie Medlin, Mackenzie Reese, Ridgely Turner, and Boyd Bechtel. Market hogs in this class are weighing between 272 pounds and 279 pounds. Class 13D Yorkshire Market Hogs. Exhibitors Kate Ziegler, J.C. Miller, Brady Brathoon, Travis Green, Delaney Wareheim, and Cassidy Lewis. You need to be at your pens, please.
Four hogs that are pretty different in terms of their type and kind, and ultimately the one that becomes the best combination, I guess you could say, in my mind, is the young lady here to my right. She's going to be our class winner. With that initial impression right out of the gate, that's a stout sculled barrow that's pulled apart at the base. Naturally transitions back into a bold blade, and he's the freshest and the most expressive in terms of his top side shape. Reads with the right turn and spread up high, and he's still big hipped and square from behind. We could maybe lengthen him out up front just ever so slightly, relax him just a bit in the angle of his knee up front, but I think comes together very proportional at the profile, and at the same token reads with the right kind of opened up, pulled apart image, and checks the boxes of basic market fundamentals, no doubt. Young man that follows up in second directly in front of me here, a power hog that's pulled apart. He's big chested. I never question him from a muscle perspective whatsoever. Reads plenty dimensional, no doubt. For me, he needs to balance up a nickel better. That's the flatter footed barrow up front that needs picked up on his pasterns. Want to level him out of his hip just ever so slightly, square him up a nickel with where he sets his rear feet down from behind. spine starts to roll outward just a bit. Young man that follows up in third, similar story in terms of being broad and opened up and still reading pulled apart off both ends of his skeleton. He's the plainest in terms of his look out here today. I need to stouten that guy up in terms of his jawline, his skull, his feature, make him just a bit fresher in regards to his body type and his condition. That's the shorter face barrow that's plainer shaped up high, and at the same token needs squared up from hock to ground. Young lady on the far side does a nice job and it has done well with skin and hair care in terms of she's got that gilt really white out here, and you can tell she's put in some work at home. Long-sided extended gilt that's very lean. That probably works to her disadvantage a little bit today from the standpoint of reading as the narrower-chested, flattest-bodied individual of the class that needs just a shot more true power and dimension. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 13C Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors. First to Kylie Medlin, second to Ridgely Turner, third to Boyd Bechtel, and fourth to Mackenzie Reese. If you're reading down your program, 1 Medlin, 4 Reese, 2 Turner, 3 Bechtel. In the ring now, we have our last class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. Entries include Kate Ziegler, J.C. Miller, Brady Brathoon, Travis Green, Delaney Wareheim, and Cassidy Lewis. Market hogs weigh between 281 and 290 pounds.
Well, in our heavyweight class, the Yorkshires, I think there's lots of give and take because you've got hogs that maybe have pushing a little extra cover, I should say, or you have some that are leaner but maybe hit me as just a bit flatter in terms of their body type, and you kind of have to question, is this one too fat? Does this one have enough true width? And so those are some of the things that went through my mind, I guess you could say, in terms of differences that are represented. Ultimately, the young lady's barrow to my right here becomes sort of the fault-free one in my mind from a standpoint of productivity and still balancing up decent from the side. A productive barrow that is truly the most pulled apart of these initial three in terms of his chest width, his body type, and the spread that he has on the upper side of his skeleton, big hipped, and of these initial three, the truest from a standpoint of just genuine width and muscle, and reading like a dimensional kind of a market hog out here. I want him to balance up differently. I want to clean him up ahead of his blade and lay him back just a bit and of his shoulder and his knee up front. Want to freshen him up just a token, but I think from a standpoint of true width and power and dimension, that barrow certainly has that. Young man's gilt on the far side probably does bounce up just a nickel better from the profile in terms of a heads up, level made kind of a look. She's still very square and flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Of these initial three, though, arguably the narrowest coming directly at me in terms of chest width and forearm shape. Want to see her just a bit bolder in terms of the center portion of her body with a notch more turn and spread up high. The young man here doing a nice job, very long-sided, extended, loose structured kind of a barrow that I appreciate from a standpoint of just flexibility and reach off both ends. At the same token, a notch staler in terms of his look and presence out here today, plainer in his topside shape and just a bit flatter in terms of his blade shape and his rib shape as well. Young lady that comes out next, I told her you can like some things about this one from a standpoint of real muscle content and leanness. At the same token, got to balance up barrow. Got to balance up better. That barrow needs to blend better directly behind his blade, needs picked up on his front feet and to just balance up differently from the side. The young ladies that come out next bring us similar hogs in terms of their type and kind. This one, tremendously bold, opened up, spread up high, pushing extra cover and condition. Got to lean him up a bit. At the same token, more restricted in terms of his front end movement. Needs to be relaxed in his blade angle. This guy never wanted to just take a comfortable step out here. Came out and seemed like maybe he was limping a bit or maybe off on a certain foot. And so wanted to see his structure and just balance come together differently. At the same token, probably want to lean him up a shot as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 13D. First to Cassidy Lewis, second to Brady Brathoon, third to Travis Green, fourth to Kate Ziegler, fifth to Delaney Wareheim, and sixth to J.C. Miller. Reading down my program, Ziegler 4, Miller 6, Brathoon 2, Green 3, Wareheim 5, and Lewis 1. At this time, can we please have the Feeser family to the front of the podium? Feeser family to the front of the podium. We are currently selecting our champion Yorkshire Market Hog. Champion Market Hog division from Class 13A. Levi Savage is exhibiting a 244-pound pig. From 13B, Estella Gover is exhibiting a 256-pound Yorkshire Market Hog. Class 13C, Kylie Medlin is exhibiting a 272-pound hog. And with a 290-pound Yorkshire Market Hog is Cassidy Lewis from Class 13D. Your champion Yorkshire Market Hog trophy is donated by Alec and Hannah Shapiro. And your reserve trophy is also donated by Alec and Hannah Shapiro. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. Again, we need the Feeser family to the front of the announcer's podium at this time.
Well, I thought a nice Yorkshire show, especially here at the top end as we bring our class winners back out, and like how each of them kind of fit together, and they have little differences, but I do think from a standpoint of reading like proportional show hogs that still cover kind of the basics, honestly probably fit together the best of any breed group that we've had so far in terms of kind of emulating each other and all kind of representing the same type, I guess you could say. And with that, it got a bit closer in my mind between a pair of them, and as they come back out here, again, that's not to detract from any of the exhibitors that we have, but just to kind of talk through them so the crowd knows what I'm thinking. And I know we've still got a second place to come in, but just to kind of describe before we pick our champion Yorkshire in this division, young lady here directly in front of me, really like that barrow's proportionality from the side, stoutness of skull and feature, and just his presence and the way he comes together. Mentioned back in class how maybe we could square him up just a notch from behind and make him just a shot wider with where he tracks there, but really like him in terms of just a high quality, fresh show barrow image. And then the other one that kind of rose in my mind in contention was the young lady on the far side. Deem him a really powerful, product-oriented kind of a barrow that's opened up off both ends of his skeleton, and honestly is probably the more dimensional of the two in terms of stoutness of pin set when you step directly behind him, and how he maintains that width to the ground and still stays square. Mentioned back in class we could maybe clean him up a notch at the crest of his neck and lay him in differently at the angle of his blade up front, but I think both of those are in contention for me, and they do have give and take amongst them. One of them is maybe more of a power hog in this setting. Another one probably hits me with just a notch higher quality image from the side, and so those are the differences that I see amongst them. My personal favorite today, I think, just stays the squarest and truest and most dimensional all the way throughout. Wanting to work up on the young lady just a bit, but the young lady here directly in front of me is going to be our champion.
Congratulations to Kylie Medlin from Class 13C on exhibiting our champion Yorkshire Market Hog. We are now looking for Ridgely Turner to return to the ring with his second place. Ridgely Turner returning to the ring.
Bring that second place in and remember him from back in class. Powerful, product-oriented barrow. He's opened up and stout-featured. Needs to balance up a little differently for my liking, and want to pick him up on his front feet just a notch. As I kind of alluded to already, there's another one that fits my bill very well in terms of look and presence. Wanted to square him up and make him just a notch wider and truer from directly behind, but I think in terms of proportionality and quality, young lady directly in front of me follows up for reserve.
Congratulations to our reserve champion Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitor, Estella Gover. We are now ready to head into our Hampshire Market Hog division. We are looking for the following exhibitors: Estella Gover, William Roderick, Aubrey O'Meara, Jacob Braun, Delaney Wareheim, and Owen Brune. Again, Hampshire Market Hog exhibitors, please be at your pens. This will be Class 16A. But first, we have an announcement from Mr. Andy Cashman.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to, we have some folks entering the ring. We'll be giving out an award here. This is the Feezer Memorial Award. It's going to be presented to a 4-H'er in Carroll County or FFA member who has completed a Swine project in the county for at least 3 years. The award is earned through scores accumulated from 5 Carroll County Fair community county level, such as public speaking, skill of hunting, livestock judging, swine showmanship, breeding or market swine. It was Frank's wish to give this award, and to an individual achieving excellence in swine and knowledge of swine industry. Participation from the 5 contests achieved that goal. Frank grew up in Carroll County 4-H program and was devoted his life to the development of youth from the county and beyond throughout judging, events, swine health, feed, seminars, clinics. He also taught the project about biosecurity, housing situations, breeding quality, and all things about swine. There are many generous donations to his memorial fund were able to give this award to a deserving youth. We would like to recognize and bring forward some past winners. The first one in 2019 was Allison Stoner. So they're all up front there. If Allison would take a step forward. 2020, the Kovic essay. Allison Schultz. Allison stepped forward. And Caleb Chamberlain was the intermediate. 2021, Allison Schultz was the winner. And we would like to congratulate and we want to recognize Caleb Chamberlain as the runner-up for the year. And congratulations to the 2022 winner of the competing all 5 categories for the Frank Fieser Memorial Award goes to Andrew Natz. So Andrew, if you would make your way to the ring. Also, all the folks in the ring are the Fieser family. We have wife, daughter, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews. I think we have everybody covered there. I'm not sure, but I think the whole family is here. And once again, let's give the Fieser family a very nice round of applause and thank them for doing that. And we will get some pictures. Wyatt, you get the group the way you want. And we'll get back to the Hampshire show, which is very apropos because Frank showed Hampshires. Never remember, so.
And we're going to keep rolling here with our Hampshire Market Hog Division. In the ring, we have the following exhibitors: Estella Gover, William Roderick, Aubrey O'Meara, Jacob Braun, Delaney Wareheim, and Owen Boone. Hampshire Market Hogs in Class 16A are weighing between 241 and 250 pounds. Hampshire Market Hogs in Class 16B, the following exhibitors should be near or in their pens: Jonathan Roderick, Kyle Reed, Jarrett Hurd, Lily Bruns, Atlee Miller, Avery Becker, and Kaylin Sweeney.
Nice trio here. Young Man's Barrow comes in with a commanding first impression in terms of initial impression right out of the gate. Stout skull, bold four-armed barrow that's really pulled apart through the base of his chest and extremely dimensional all the way throughout. Got a terrible attitude for that young man, and when he did want to cooperate and would finally throw his head up, came together with a proportional kind of image from the side. That's the biggest backed barrow of the group. That's the freshest and has the most turn and spread up high. The stoutest hips from behind and stays wide and square in that regard as well. I do want to blend him a bit better at his ham-loin junction and clean him up at his hock joint just ever so slightly, but from a standpoint of true power, dimension, and a very proportional kind of a build, a lot of things to like in that Young Man's Barrow. Young lady here brings us a really highly presented, fresh, high-quality kind of a barrow from the side. Skin and hair, you can tell there's been work put in at home in that regard, and that aids just his initial impression discussion at the profile in terms of his look and presence. Tall fronted, extended, level made kind of a barrow that comes together with a neat look. Still very sound and flexible. For me, I want to make him just a shot more pulled apart in terms of the base of his chest and his forerib, make him just a bit stouter when I step directly behind him in terms of his upper hip and all the way to the surface. Want to stouten him up in his jawline and just his feature as well. Pick him up in his front foot placement ever so slightly, but most definitely a barrow that's flexible and square off both ends of his skeleton, like his look at the profile, probably as good as any. Young man that comes in third, another one here, brings us an individual that I think from a standpoint of stoutness of skull and feature actually probably has the advantage over our second place, and with that still has some spread up high and some boldness of body. Little plainer in terms of her top side shape today, needs to balance up differently. Would like to lay her back in the angle of her blade and her knee up front. Young lady that comes out next brings us just a very productive hog, opened up off either end of his skeleton, deep-sided, and still has some turn to his center body. For me, pushing a little extra condition today, want to freshen him up, lengthen and extend him ever so slightly ahead of his blade, blend him better at his ham-loin junction, and make him a notch more secure with where he meets the surface from behind. Young man here doing a good job and brings us another one that's actually very bold-chested, big hipped when you step in behind. Some pieces of balance need to fit together differently on this gilt. Lower fronted gilt that's steeper out of her hip and tighter and more restricted in her movement. Young lady that rounds out the class, certainly another one that's big-topped in terms of just spread and width on the upper side of its skeleton. Still has some boldness of body. Too quick in terms of his maturity pattern for me. Little shorter fronted and rounder off both ends of his skeleton. Want to freshen him up as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Attention in the ring, Brad. Can you have everybody rest? One of our exhibitors for this class. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the next class. Never mind. After this class, we might be having to hold the show for just a minute. We have an exhibitor selling the Reserve Grand Champion cake up on the hill. So we'll judge this class, but we might need a minute before the next class. In the ring now, we have 16B Hampshire Market Hogs. Exhibitors include Jonathan Roderick, Kyle, Reed, Jarrett, Hurd, Lily Bruns. Market hogs in 16B are weighing 257 to 266 pounds. Attention exhibitors, attention exhibitors. Nomination sale table is open. The nomination sale table is open. If you have exhibited a market hog and are interested in selling it, please come to the nomination sale table, which is directly behind the announcer's booth. Mara McAndrew and Miss Vicky are there taking nominations for your sale hogs. Again, if you have shown your hog and you are interested in selling your hog, you need to come nominated at the sale table. At the conclusion of the sale tonight, nominations will close. If nominations close and you have not nominated your hog, you will not be able to sell. When you show your sale pig, please come and nominate your pig. Thank you. Looking for Atlee Miller, Avery Becker, and Kaylin Sweeney for Class 16C. Again, we will be holding 16C until our one exhibitor comes down from the cake sale.
very different pair here at the top end in regards to just honestly maturity pattern, body types, and look from the side. I think they're very contrasting in their type and kind. With that, young man on the far side leads off this particular class and does so in my mind from a standpoint of a striking image, added kind of leanness and shape and expression, and at the same token, I think the stouter structured option that is just a notch more flexible and secure in terms of hind leg placement throughout the duration of the drive. That gilt's just leaner and fresher, especially at the top side of her skeleton. At the same time, more extended directly ahead of her blade. Bold formed, heavy structured gilt that stays square and more collected in terms of her hock joint and where her rear pastern sets down. I won't tell you that she's any more opened up or bolder in terms of her body shape than the Barrow in second, because I actually think that's his true advantage. But from a standpoint of coming together with a striking kind of image and some added stoutness of structure, that's where I like her to win. Young Lady's Barrow on the far side, if you're just strictly judging him off of chest width and boldness of body type, he does have the advantage because he is more pulled apart in that regard. Big hipped Barrow that I certainly never questioned from a power or a product perspective. For me, I wanted to see that one balance up a little bit better. He's more upright in the angle of his shoulder up front, pulls in his ham-loin junction just a bit, and got a notch more insecure in terms of his rear foot and pastern placement. Young man that follows up next here is going to be third, and with that, big, growthy, extended kind of a Barrow that's pliable in his rib shape, and in my opinion, was just a notch sounder structured and more comfortable from a movement perspective than the young man's gilt that winds up in fourth for us. That Barrow on the far side, though, is a notch plainer in terms of his look and needs a shot more dimension off either end of his skeleton. Young man that comes and rounds out the class for us in fourth. This gilt is definitely shapely. You never question her in terms of her muscle because she has plenty of that. For me, she needs to balance up better. She's too upright in the angle of her blade and her knee up front. Need her to be just more comfortable from a skeletal perspective out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 16B Market Hog exhibitors. First to Kyle Reed, second to Lily Bruns, third to Jonathan Roderick, and fourth to Jarrett Hurd. Reading down your program, exhibitor. Again, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with you.
attention in the barn. I just wanted to bring your attention that the grand champion cake at the cake auction just brought $20,000. So that's really great. So I'm not sure who the buyer is, but let's give a big hand to the buyer. We bought the grand champion cake, $20,000. That's wonderful. One other thing, we've had a lot of guests here tonight. We had the Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, but right here by the ring and our blacktop right here is Susan Krebs. And Susan has been a state delegate representative for Carroll County. How many years? 20 years. She's done now. I think she's glad to kind of be a service, but she's been a great service to 4-H agriculture and has helped Carroll County and has been a wonderful leader here. So can we give her a nice round of applause and wish her well in her new endeavors, whatever they'll be. And now it's back to the pig show.
That's the pigs in Howard County, but my graduation from A&M.
And we are ready to start rolling again. Entering the ring, we have our Class 16C Hampshire Market Hogs. We have 3 exhibitors, Atlee Miller, Avery Becker, and Kaylin Sweeney. We'd like to congratulate Miss Avery Becker on having the Reserve Grand Champion Baked Good this year at the Carroll County Fair. We always like to see our 4-H'ers explore a variety of programs. The pigs in this class weigh 275 pounds to 280 pounds. Immediately following this class, we will be moving into the selection of the champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Hog.
A nice trio here, and with that, to round out our heavyweight class before we head into our champion drive, young lady to my right is going to lead off for us, and I think from a standpoint of stoutness of feature, that's the heaviest structured barrow, and ideally, right off the bat, I would like to peel him back ever so slightly in terms of condition, but I think from a standpoint of still reading very genuine, he's opened up at the base of his chest. That's a bold-bladed, bold-bodied hog that's big hip from behind, and has worked to a heavyweight, and of his contemporary group here is still very square and flexible in terms of his reach and his range of motion. I do want to dial him back a bit from a cover perspective, but I think in terms of stoutness of feature, body type, and still being very square and flexible, that's his direct advantage. Young lady Off to my right here follows up in second, and another one that I think from a standpoint of actually reading a bit leaner at the top side of his skeleton from a freshness perspective, probably has a slight advantage. Shipley kind of a barrow that I don't question in terms of his muscle growth, length, and extension. Pliable centered kind of a barrow. He's a little frailer and smaller footed at the surface and just rounder off both ends of his skeleton. Want to rock him back a bit in the angle of his blade and level him out of his hip ever so slightly. Young lady here just got done selling her cake, and so I was talking to her about if she saved me a piece, and she said no. That's okay, though. We won't hold it against her. Doing a nice job and showing a gilt here that's certainly got plenty of power and muscle. Needs to balance up a little differently. I want to blend her better at her ham-loin junction, lay her back in her blade angle, and at the same token, just square her up from hock to ground from behind and make her more secure with where she meets the surface. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 16C, Hampshire Market Hogs. First, Atlee Miller. Second, Kaylin Sweeney. And third, Avery Becker. Reading down your program, 1 Miller, 3 Becker, 2 Sweeney. Entering the ring, we have the selection of the champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Hog at the 2022 Carroll County 4-H Fair. In the ring for contention is Owen Boone at a Class 16A. His Hampshire Market Hog is weighing 258 pounds. At a Class 16B is Kyle Reed with a Market Hog weighing 261 pounds. And finally, at a Class C, Atlee Miller with a Market Hog weighing 275 pounds. We need Estella Gover, Lily Bruns, and Kaylin Sweeney with their hogs in case we need them for reserve.
Hampshire show was quick but fun to sort through, and with that, don't have to take too long just because there was one that stuck out in my mind in terms of initial impression from a quality and stoutness perspective, and reads the most just like a high quality kind of show hog out here with a proportional build, still very square and flexible, and at the same time probably the outlier in terms of stoutness of feature and just a rugged, dense kind of a build. Young man here to my left is going to have your champion.
Congratulations to Owen Boone for being selected the champion Hampshire Market Hog exhibitor. We need Estella Gover to return to the ring.
It does get a bit closer in my mind for reserve just because we have plenty of differences represented here, and ultimately kind of comes down to what you're going to prioritize. Just to talk through them very briefly here, but before we name our reserve in no particular order, the young man to my left brings us a gilt that I talked back in class. Really like just her shape up high, her muscle shape, her expression, and still reading with some stoutness of forearm and some feature out here, even though I'd probably like to stouten up her skull and her jawline just a bit to match that, blend her a bit better in terms of her top line and her ham-loin junction, but certainly has some kind of intriguing pieces from a standpoint of shape, expression, and still being very square and mobile. Young lady out of our heavyweight class, that one is tremendously bold-bodied, like I said, stout-featured and opened up, but probably for me today a bit past his prime in terms of where I want him to be from a condition and cover perspective, and at the same time kind of want to see him grab another gear and get going out here in terms of pushing and planting his hog behind his tail root and just see him kind of work at a faster pace, I guess you could say. Young lady that dropped in and second behind our champion there back in class described how coming at me, that one is still very impressive in terms of being opened up and at the same token, look and presence from the profile comes together really neat in terms of a striking, sharp kind of image and a high quality look. Skin and hair and freshness comes together good. For me, a little frailer and smaller footed, but I think from a standpoint of skeletal quality and balance still fits together very well. He'll be a reserve in this particular division.
Congratulations to our reserve Hampshire Market Hog exhibitor, Estella Gover. We would like to thank Taylorsville Veterinary Clinic, Dr. William Graves, for donating the trophies for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Hog. We are now ready to move into our all other breeds category. We're looking for Elena Enoff, Gannon Hackler, a second entry by Elena Enoff, Abigail Schindler, Wyatt Snyder will be entering the ring. Their all other breed market hogs are weighing between 242 and 248 pounds. All exhibitors who have all other breed market hogs need to be at their pens at this time. Again, all exhibitors with all other breed market hogs need to be at their pens at this time.
Young lady on the far side there is going to lead off the class for us here in our first weight division of the all other breeds. And with that, doing a nice job, brings us what I deem the heaviest structured, densest built barrow in this particular setting. Opened up, pulled apart through his blade and his center body. Big top hog that's stout hip from behind and still stays square to the surface. We could maybe modify the shape of his head and his skull just ever so slightly and pick him up on his front feet. Young lady's doing a nice job, though. Congratulations to our young man here in second, following up another one that's productive, pliable in terms of his rib shape, and still has some turn and spread on the upper side of his skeleton, though a bit plainer in terms of his top side shape and a bit higher chined in terms of a freshness perspective. Maybe we could modify him in that regard. Want to pick him up in terms of his front foot placement, clean him up and extend him directly ahead of his blade. Young man that follows up next brings us one that's long-sided, extended, and still has some muscle shape. Want to see him balance up differently, lay him back in the angle of his blade a bit, and give him just a shot more true boldness of body and real dimension. Similar story here for the young lady, showing the kind of Poland marked gilt. Bold forearm, stout featured gilt, has some length, extension, and growth to her. I need to open her up off both ends of her skeleton. A bit flatter in terms of her rib shape and narrower when you step in behind the livestock. Young lady here doing a nice job. Another one that long-sided, shapely up high. I never question her in terms of just muscle shape. At the same token, reads a bit drier and harsher in terms of her body type, bit rounder off both ends of her skeleton. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
We'll have results of Class 19A in just a moment. We're ready for Class 19B. We should have 2 entries, Milena Groff and Jonathan Smith. These pigs are weighing between 250 and 257 pounds. Class 19C, all other breed market hogs. Reese Smith, Atlee Hoy, Evan Fair, and Lauren Wareheim need to be in their pens. Results of Class 19A, all other breed market hogs. First to Elena Enoff, second to Wyatt Snyder, third to Gannon Hackler, fourth to Elena Enoff, and fifth to Abigail Schindler. If you read down your program, it should be 1 Enoff with the pig weighing 242, 3 Gannon Hackler, 4 Elena Enoff with a pig weighing 246, 5 Schindler, and 2 Snyder.
Just the pair here, and very contrasting in terms of type and kind. Young man's kind of Chester appearing or landrace marked barrow is going to follow up and win this particular drive for us. I think matches our last class winner from a standpoint of being very bold and practical, pliable in terms of his center body and still having some spread up high, big hip from behind. I would like to maybe freshen him up just a bit and make him a bit neater in terms of his presence from the side, maybe clean him up directly ahead of his blade ever so slightly, but certainly in terms of basic market fundamentals and just reading, very productive out here, goes ahead and wins this particular pair. Young lady doing a nice job with her kind of Poland marked gilt, longer sided, more extended, later maturing option of the pair. With that, I want to give her just a shot more true width and dimension, pull her apart in terms of the base of her chest and her forerib, and make her a bit stouter when we step in behind them. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Jonathan Smith, first, and Milena Groff, second. Reading down your program, 2-1. In the ring now, we have Class 19C, all other breed market hogs. Exhibitors by Reese Smith, Atlee Hoy, Evan Fair, and Lauren Wareheim. All other breed market hogs in this class are weighing between 265 and 269 pounds. Exhibitors in Class 19D, all other breed market hogs, Michaela Durr, Macy Cagle, Tristan Kaiser, and Shane Smith should be in your pens waiting for the committee to come and get you.
It's always interesting when we get into the all other breeds division, just because with different breeds, of course, come different strong suits, strengths, and just advantages that they have to offer. And with that, which one ultimately becomes just the best combination in my mind is the young lady on the far side with the paler skinned red hog there. And with that, has kind of a bad attitude and doesn't come in with the strongest initial impression because he kind of wants to drop his head and just not cooperate with the young lady. When he finally pieces himself together and gets his head up and rolling, this barrow's the most opened up and just genuine and the densest in terms of his build. Impresses me from a standpoint of still reading with some stoutness of feature and heaviness of skeleton, and at the same time a bold bladed barrow that's big topped and stout hip. Reads the most like a very genuine opened up kind of market hog in this particular setting. He's not perfect. He's a bit plainer in his look ahead of his blade, but at the same token, like that one to go ahead and start. The young man here with the Tamworth marked gilt going to follow up in second, and like some things about her in terms of she is a notch more refined directly ahead of her blade in terms of length and extension than is the barrow that starts. Still has a good muscle shape to her, very expressive. At the same token, a little frailer, a little smaller footed, just a bit flatter in terms of her rib shape when you step to the three-quarter view of those hogs, but at the same token, like her to land in second from a shape and expression standpoint, length and extension, and still reads probably just a little bit truer coming directly at me than does the young lady's kind of landrace marked barrow that's going to land in third. I like that barrow in terms of length and extension. He does still have some muscle when you step in behind him. You're coming directly at me. He's more closed up in terms of his chest floor, works in his knee, and is just a bit flatter in terms of his forerib shape. Young lady here that rounds out the class, certainly product-oriented from a standpoint of bringing us a barrow that's bold-bodied and still has some turn and spread up high. I call that a result, though, of maybe some extra condition. This barrow hits me a bit quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, a bit rounder off both ends of his skeleton. Want to freshen him up just ever so slightly, make him a shot more longer and extended to make him balance up differently from the side.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in 19C. All other breeds, market hogs. Results are as follows. Congratulations, Lauren Wareheim first, Evan Fair second, Reese Smith third, and Atlee Hoy fourth. Reading down your program, Smith 3, Hoy 4, Fair 2, Wareheim 1. In the ring now, we have Class 19D, all other breed market hogs. Exhibitors include Michaela Durr, Macy Cagle, Tristan Kaiser, Shane Smith. Pigs are weighing between 272 and 277 pounds. At the conclusion of this class, we will have one more all other breeds class before we roll into our division. We're looking for exhibits from Cole Ziegler, Jace Turfel, and Andrew Natz.
took a beat longer here just because, as I mentioned previously, I think in an all other breed show it gets a bit more challenging just with differences that you have. And honestly, I kind of feel like the Poland marked gilt that leads off the class for us is a bit of an outlier in terms of just kind of the oddball of the group, because she doesn't necessarily pair up with the two barrows that are going to come next in terms of pieces that she has to offer. And there's things that I'd change as well. But whenever you step in and study some quality pieces, once she finally kind of wants to throw her head up on occasion for the young lady, that gilt's tremendously heavy structured. She has big legs that work in terms of being very square and correct, extremely flexible and still clean jointed. And at the same token, I think from a standpoint of balance from the side, pieces together just a bit better than the barrow that's going to land in second. I want to open her up at the base of her chest and pull her apart there and just give her a shot more everywhere probably. I still think her shape up high reads good, but at the same token, she's not quite as pulled apart as the barrow that's going to land in second, but like that one from a quality perspective, stoutness of feature, and still being very, very flexible. Young lady that follows up in second, this one has the distinct advantage in terms of being the wider, more pulled apart option. He's bigger chested, bold bodied, and stout hipped. Certainly got all sorts of power on the upper side of his skeleton as well. For me, though, I want to see some things fit together just a bit differently in terms of the fact that that barrow is a bit flatter on his front feet, lower fronted. It needs to blend better directly behind his blade over his ham-loin junction. Want to square him up just a nickel throughout the duration of the drive. Starts to search with where he wants to plant his hock down from behind, but at the same token, really admire for being the truly pulled apart, opened up option. Young man that follows up in third, that one as well. Big chested, bold bladed, and very powerful. Little frailer and smaller footed at the ground, and at the same token, bit plainer in terms of his topside shape. Young lady that rounds out the class for us, long-sided, extended gilt that has some height of shoulder, length of neck. For me, you got to have more true mass and dimension all the way throughout. Want to see her hold her top line together and just balance a little differently from the side. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Lots of interesting pieces in that class.
Congratulations to the exhibitors in Class 19D. First to Tristan Kaiser, second to Macy Cagle, third to Shane Smith, and fourth to Michaela Durr. If you're following along in your program, 4 Durr, 2 Cagle, 1 Kaiser, and 3 Smith. In the ring now, we have our last class before our breed division championship. We're in the ring, we have Cole Ziegler, Jace Turfel, and Andrew Natz. Pigs are weighing between 285 and 295 pounds. We will be looking for the following exhibitors to return to their ring with their all other breed class winners: Elena Enoff, Jonathan Smith, Lauren Wareheim, and Tristan Kaiser.
Class winner here separates himself in my mind just from a standpoint of being the combination barrow that fits together the best from a proportionality standpoint. When saying that, I would like to blend him just a nickel better directly behind his blade and lay him down and his jump muscle up high ever so slightly. But I think from a standpoint of pliability, a rib shape, still having some stoutness of feature, the correct kind of length of hip and flex and reach off both ends. That's the hog that checks off the boxes of some basic market fundamentals, and still to go along with it, reads right from a skeletal perspective. Young man on the far side follows up in second, and I really appreciate that barrow's muscularity muscularity, stoutness of feature, a big back, stout hipped hog. At the same token, I want to lay him back just a bit in the angle of his blade up front and make him just a notch more coordinated with where he sets down from behind. Not quite as bold and dimensional in terms of his center body as is the young man's barrow that led off the class. Young man here with the gilt follows up in third. Long-sided, extended, very lean, shapely gilt that you certainly don't question in terms of her muscularity. A bit drier centered hog that at the same token closes up too much, coming directly at me in terms of her chest, knee, and forerib. One modifier there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Andrew Natz, exhibiting the first place market hog in this class. Second to Jace Turfel, and third to Cole Ziegler. Reading down your program, 3 Ziegler, 2 Turfel, 1 Natz. In the ring now, there are 4 exhibitors competing for champion all other breeds market hog. In the ring, we have the following exhibitors. Elena Enoff is exhibiting a Chester White Barrow weighing 242 pounds. From Class 19B, we have Jonathan Smith exhibiting a Chester White Barrow weighing 257 pounds. From Class 19C, we have Lauren Wareheim, and you can recognize her pig. It's the red one in the ring. She's exhibiting a Tamworth. From Class 19D, we have Tristan Kaiser. She is exhibiting a Poland. And from Class 19E, we have Andrew Natz exhibiting a Chester White.
Happy with our class winners as we get them back out here in the AOB division, though I do think there's plenty of contrasting types in terms of the positives they bring to the table. Ultimately, the one that kind of surfaces in my mind I call the best balance from a standpoint of skeletal quality and flexibility, reads right from a body shape and just a width and spread perspective. Not the neatest looking out here, but I think at the same time everything still fits together right, and from skeletal correctness and pairing that with the right kind of market fundamentals, that's where he has the advantage. Young man here is going to have our champion.
Congratulations, Andrew Natz, for exhibiting the champion all other breeds market hog with a Chester White. Returning now should be Jace Turfel with his hog weighing 287 pounds.
does make things just a bit harder for reserve in my mind, because I think there's plenty of differences amongst what's left, and honestly probably gets the closest for me between the young lady's Tamworth Barrow and the young lady's Chester marked hog directly in front of me. I think very different. Young lady's Tamworth is very productive, pliable in terms of his center body. He's opened up. I'd probably like to stouten him up ever so slightly in comparison to the rest of the group in terms of his feature, clean him up just a bit at the top side of his neck, but certainly one that kind of comes into contention. Young lady's Chester marked kind of barrow there is one that's so stout in terms of his feature, heavy structured, really big backed kind of a barrow that's stout hipped and still stays very square and flexible in terms of the use of his hock. I'd like to modify the shape of his head ever so slightly and lay him down in his chine just a bit, but I do think plenty of give and take amongst that pair. Ultimately, what it comes down to for me is who hits me as just a bit stouter and denser in terms of his build. Young lady's Chester here is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to Elena Enoff, exhibiting from Class 19A, for exhibiting the reserve champion all other breeds market hog. We would like to thank Vaughn Meadow, Denise and Debbie Utz, and R.D. Bauman and Sons for donating the trophies for our champion and reserve champion this evening. We're going to start with our super light crossbred market hog division. We're looking for entries from Liam Reeder, Emma Arball, Gannon Andrew, Carly Wilton, Savannah Williams, John Carroll, Brenna Chamberlain. To the ring, please. These pigs are weighing between 113 pounds and 201 pounds. This is an exhibition division. Classes 22A, B, and C and D are all exhibition classes, meaning they are not eligible to sell nor to compete for Grand Champion Market Hog.
get started with our super lightweights here, and it's my understanding these don't necessarily come back in later for a grand crossbred contention, but just lighter weight hogs that still wanted to give an opportunity to show. And with that young lady on the far side, that barrow leads off for me from a standpoint of just quality and balance and representing kind of striking image from the side when she gets his head up and gets his rolling. Heads up, level mate barrow that still reads with the right kind of depth and pliability in terms of his body shape, long hipped and still very flexible out here. I do want to pull him up hard at the base of his chest and square him up at his knee ever so slightly. But like some things about that guy from a flexibility and just a genuine quality perspective. Young man here that follows up next with the kind of spotted up, level-eared barrow. Certainly an opened up, really bold-bodied, dimensional hog that at the same token is incredibly stout in terms of his feature. Big hip from behind. Some things need to balance up a bit differently for me. That guy pushes out at his elbow just ever so slightly and needs to blend better at his ham-loin junction. Want to clean him up at his hock joint and just make him a notch more secure with where he sets down from behind, but tremendously opened up power hog of the drive, no doubt. Young man with the kind of chromed up gilt there on the far side. Whenever she gets her head up and comes together for the young man from the side, comes together with an up-headed, level-made, neat kind of image, still very deep-bodied. For me, that one is probably pushing a little extra cover for even the weight that she's at today in terms of not reading just as genuine. I read that one just a notch more closed up off either skeleton, just a bit more upright in terms of her rear pastern set, and would like to build more comfort into her there. Young lady that comes out next, long-sided, extended, Shipley barrow that's still got some turn to his rib. For me, needs to balance differently. That's the lower fronted hog that's flatter footed and at the same token a notch rounder out of his hip and just not quite as comfortable with where he sets down from behind, tends to roll out on his rear feet. Young man that comes out next, this one's just very skinny and green and youthful and honestly could probably continue to feed on her for a while depending on what your goals were. Long-sided, extended gilt that's got some length and look ahead of her blade. Just for me, the flattest and narrowest in terms of her makeup today and just a bit skinnier than I would term ideal. Young lady there on the far side with the speckle-lipped barrow. Certainly one that's a bit more pliable in terms of his rib shape. A bit too upright for me off both ends of his skeleton, and at the same time, the plainer shaped barrow there that rounds out the class for us. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our super lightweight class of 22A. First to Brenna Chamberlain, second to John Carroll, third Third was Gannon Andrew, fourth Emma Arball, fifth Liam Reeder, and sixth to Carly Wilton. Reading down your program, 5 Reeder, 4 Arball, 3 Gannon, 6 Wilton, 2nd Carroll, and 1st Chamberlain. In the ring now, we have the next class of our super lightweight crossbred market hogs. Exhibitors include Brantley Wagner, Carly Hatfield, Hannah Haynes, Annalyn Smith, Ryan Bowerline, Macy Eves, Chase Wright, and Eli Barber. Market hogs in this class range in weight from 203 to 219 pounds. Our next class of super lightweights will include Addie Wagner, Jacob Frock, Brindle Williams, Lloyd Arball, Amelia Miller, Virginia Burns, Zeke Frock, Piper Gall, and Hunter Huff.
young lady's gilt directly in front of me came in with a strong initial impression and just kind of commanded the class, in my opinion, from a standpoint of soundness of feature, a dense kind of a build, and still reading very genuine. Get off to the side of this gilt and proportions up the nicest in terms of skull shape. The way everything just kind of fits together in terms of the angle of her blade up front, length of hip, and still reading with a tremendous back shape and freshness to her, big and square when you step in behind her and stays that way to the ground. We could maybe loosen her rear step just ever so slightly and see her kind of grab another gear out here. Everything's still very square in terms of her build, though, and think that gilt's impressive in terms of some unique pieces that she offers and the way she proportions up from the side. Young lady with a kind of belted hog there lands it in second. Really like this guy in terms of some of the basics. Coming right at me, stout skulled, big chested, bold forearmed hog, and at the same time still stays very loose and comfortable in terms of his structure. Honestly, probably sets down even more relaxed than does our class winner in terms of his rear pastern set. I don't know if I read him just as genuine or as fresh in terms of his top side shape. Gets a bit flatter and plainer directly behind his blade, and in terms of his forerib, want to see him just a notch fresher and more tuned in up high. With that, young man here with the blue gilt follows up in third. That one's tremendously big back. She is fresh and expressive in terms of her muscle shape, big and stout hips from behind. I wish her bone work matched the added power and substance that she has up high. I deem her just a bit frailer and smaller footed. Want to blend the top of her neck differently into her blade and clean her up in her lower 1/3 just ever so slightly. Young man here, there's some interesting parts, and really the front 2/3 of this chromed up gilt you can like some things about, because she's tremendously stout skulled, big footed, heavy structured, really pulled apart in terms of her chest and her blade, and got lots of turn and spread up high. I got to modify her skeletally when I step in behind her. I want to lengthen her hip, square her up in terms of her joint work from behind, and set her down more secure at the surface. Young man that comes out next, long-sided extended barrow that has a kind of sharp image directly ahead of his blade. Still has some spread on the upper side of his skeleton, very pliable in his rib shape. Want to stouten him up in his feature and make him blend just a bit better at his ham-loin junction as we continue to kind of let these out. This one needs to balance up just a little differently. Young lady's Duroc gilt, long, extended, still shapely, a little flatter in terms of her forerib. Similar story for this young man here. Really like that barrow's stoutness of feature. Needs to square up better from behind, and hits me as just drier centered today. Young lady's Hereford marked gilt, little frailer and smaller footed and more upright off both ends of her skeleton. Still has some muscle shape up high, though. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 22B, our super lightweight crossbred market hog class. First to Macy Eves, second to Hannah Haynes, third to Ryan Bowerline, fourth to Chase Wright, fifth to Brantley Wagner, sixth to Anna Lynn Smith, seventh to Eli Barber, and eighth to Carly Hatfield. Following along in your program, 5 Wagner, 8 Hatfield, 2 Haynes, 6 Smith, 3 Bowerline, 1 Eves, 4 Wright, and a right-in Eli Barber, 7th. Entering the ring now, Class 22C, super lightweight crossbred market hogs. These hogs are weighing between 229 pounds and 221 pounds. Exhibitors will include Addie Wagner, Jacob Frock, Brindle Williams, Lloyd Arbaugh, Amelia Miller, Virginia Burns, Zeke Frock, Piper Gall, and Hunter Huff.
interesting here at the top end because I think we've got some very contrasting types. And so if you have a favorite ringside, certainly wouldn't argue with you because honestly, I think any of these top three can kind of be flip-flopped just a bit, depending on kind of where you want to set your priorities. And ultimately, Young Man's Solid White Barrel becomes just the most complete hog. And I know that borders on just saying maybe he's a little plainer than the rest, but I think from a complete standpoint in terms of skeletal quality, flexibility, staying correct from a structural perspective, and still having the right kind of basic market fundamentals to go along with it, he becomes the one that I land on. And I say that because in terms of his blade angle and his pastern strength up front, he has the advantage. He's the longest hipped barrow. That's the squarest and most correct from hock to ground when you step in behind him. Very pliable in terms of his rib shape and just fits together the best at the profile. He's not the most out there in any one area. He's not the widest and the most opened up, but with a class-leading advantage in structural quality, that's ultimately what makes the sort. Young lady here with the spotted up barrow follows up in second, and he does have the class leading advantage in terms of power. He's the biggest chested, biggest hip hog. He's huge topped, and so I never question him from a product and a muscularity perspective. Throughout the duration of the drive, I want to modify him structurally. The barrow that's flatter in terms of his front foot placement and kind of rolls inward up front needs to be squarer from hock to ground when I step in behind him. He kind of lives his life right on the edge of what I deem acceptable in terms of his hind leg. Starts to push out and kind of kick out from directly behind, and just isn't as comfortable throughout the duration of the drive, but got lots of muscle and power. Young lady here, this gilt's as intriguing as any for certain parts that she has in terms of height of shoulder, stoutness of feature, so I like those things about her. Still a very lean shape up high. She's also, though, the most collapsed in terms of her chest floor, her fore-rib shape, too upright in the angle of her knee up front, and just reads a bit drier in terms of her center body today. Young lady, I spoke with her about her blue-eyed gilt that comes out next. This one works in too much in terms of her knee and her chest up front. Want to pull her apart in that regard, and at the same time make her just a bit bolder and softer in terms of her body type and blend her better at her ham-loin junction. I still think, though, from a standpoint of shape and expression and muscularity, there's a lot of good in that gilt in terms of just market fundamentals. Young man that comes out next, Berkshire marked hog, very pulled apart, opened up, super just muscular and tuned in up high in terms of her back shape, and then stepping behind her, still very stout hip. For me, doesn't balance up good enough. Got to lay her back in her blade angle and lengthen her out of her hip, blend her better at her ham-loin junction. As we continue to kind of let these out, honestly, these next two are very similar in type and kind, both a little plainer in terms of their shape, need to be freshened up, but productive hogs that have body. Young lady's Berkshire gilt rounds out the class, is longer and more extended, the flattest bodied and the narrowest made of the group. Congratulations to those exhibitors for their hard work.
Real quick before she leaves the ring, Amelia, congratulations on your 4-H career. We're sorry you wouldn't make the sale with your pig, but good luck to you. It's her last year. Finishing off this class, here we go. First to Jacob Frock, second to Addie Wagner, third to Virginia Burns, fourth to Piper Gall, 5 to Hunter Huff, 6 to Zeke Frock, 7th to Lloyd Arball, and again, congratulations, Amelia Miller in 8th. Reading down your program, 2 Wagner, 1 Frock, 7 Arball, 8 Miller, 3 Burns, 6 Frock, 4 Gall, and 5 Huff. We have another class of super lightweights, class 22D, looking for entries from Brady Black, Delaney Smith, Sophia DeLuca, Lucas Mushaw, Callie Bertier, and Lily Bertier. These pigs weigh between 234 and 238 pounds. This will be our last class of super lightweights. We will start in the lightweight division for our next class, class 22E.
nice group here, I believe, as we round out our super lightweights. Young man that comes out brings us a barrow that I think from a standpoint of stoutness of feature and flexibility and just length of stride out here has the advantage. Skeletal correctness in terms of how his blade angle lays onto his body, length of hip, and just added comfort throughout the duration of the drive. I would like to pick him up on his front feet just a bit, and we could maybe tune him in just a little differently in terms of his back shape up high, but I do think still very pliable from a standpoint of his rib shape, still opened up off both ends of his skeleton, and does have the advantage in terms of just proportionality and skeletal quality. Young lady that lands in second for us, this one's extremely stout in terms of his topside shape and spread. Big back, stout hipped hog that's bold bodied, and with that, certainly never question him from a product perspective. I'd like to see him balance up a little differently. He's more forward in the angle of his blade, and his knee up front needs to blend better in terms of his ham loin, and then where he sets down from behind at times gets a notch more insecure in terms of the set of his rear pastern, and just his comfort level out here, certainly very powerful and opened up though. Young lady here doing a nice job with her Berkshire Marks barrow, long-sided extended hog with some depth of body, just a little plainer in terms of his topside shape and flatter all the way throughout. Want to see him more opened up off either end of his skeleton. Young lady that comes out next with the blue-eyed, blue-hipped gilt, long, extended, deep-bodied kind of a gilt, very pliable in her rib shape and just very functional in terms of her build. Little frailer and smaller-footed at the surface and just a bit plainer directly behind her blade, and in terms of her top shape up high, want to stouten her up as well. Young lady that rounds out the class for us, doing a nice job with her wide-belted gilt. Very opened up, still has some turn and spread up high and bold bodied, just a bit quicker in terms of her maturity pattern. The shorter face, rounder hipped gilt, needs to just have some extra grow to her. Want to square her up from hock to ground. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 22D Super Lightweight Crossbred Market Hogs. First to Brady Black. Second to Lillian Bertier, third to Sophia DeLuca, fourth to Callie Bertier, and fifth to Delaney Smith. Reading down your program, Black 1, Smith 5, DeLuca 3, Bertier 4, and Bertier 2. We are now entering our first lightweight crossbred division. Class 22E, Maggie Rabiati, Josh Green, Sophia Battaglia, Ashlyn Harrison, Mitchell Smith, and Jason Trump. Our lightweights in this class are weighing 241 to 244. We need the lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors at their pens at this time. All lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors at your pens at this time. We're looking for Class 22F. Will include Bryce Zepp, Tuck Stamball, Hunter Livingston, Bridget Barber, and Avery Becker.
as we transition into the lightweights here, I think plenty of parts and pieces in this class, and have to kind of settle back and study them, because all of them are kind of trying to find the outgate and fighting the exhibitors. And so when you do that, I think there's one that surfaces from a standpoint of just reach and range of motion and ring comfort out here. That's the gilt on the far side. She's laid in the best at the angle of her blade and the most comfortable in terms of her length of hip and squareness from hock to ground. Flexible reach, range of motion, that's where she has the real advantage. Still plenty stout in terms of her feature and has some turn and spread up high. We could pick her up on her front feet just a bit and make her blend a nickel better in terms of her ham-loin junction. But I think from a standpoint of just reach and range of motion, that's where she has the advantage. Young man directly in front of me brings us a very stout, powerful kind of a gilt that's ultra opened up off both ends of her skeleton. She's big-backed and just very stout all the way throughout. For me, though, this one closes up a bit more in terms of her knee up front, and at the same token, it is just rocked forward in terms of the angle of her blade. Want to set her back there, level her out of her top line, and just lengthen her out of her hip a bit to make her more comfortable out here. Young lady on the far side, her barrow follows type and kind of the one we had standing in second pretty closely. The barrow in third is still extremely big topped and stout hip. Muscularity, product, and just power you don't question. I do wish maybe his bone and feature match the substance that he has up high. He's a little frailer and smaller footed. That's a shorter, steeper hipped barrow that needs to balance up differently. Young lady that comes out next, long-sided, extended gilt that has some added height of shoulder, length, and levelness from the side. Too closed up, coming directly at me in terms of her chest and her fore-rib shape. Want to settle her in terms of her rear pastern set from behind. Young lady with a calico gilt, similar story, comes out next. Another one that has some length and extension ahead of her blade, balances up decent from the side in terms of just length, extension, and levelness. For me, she's quite a bit flatter in terms of her body type. Want to see her bolder and just more opened up all the way throughout to talk about moving her higher, stouting her up in her feature just a bit. Young man that rounds out the class for us, one that certainly is bold-bodied and big-topped, and with that, though, pushing some extra cover and condition. The quicker maturing barrow that's rounder off both ends of his skeleton needs squared up from behind. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 22E exhibitors with their crossbred market hogs. In first, we had Mitchell Smith. Second, Josh Green. Third, Ashlyn Harrison. Fourth to Maggie Rabiati, fifth to Sophia Battaglia, and sixth to Jason Trump. If you're reading down my program, Rabiati is 4, Green 2, Battaglia 5, Harrison 3, Smith 1, and Trump 6. Entering the ring now, we have Class 22F. Lightweight crossbred market hogs, exhibitors including Bryce Zepp, Tuck Stamball, Hunter Livingston, Bridget Barber, and Avery Becker. Market hogs in this class are weighing 246 to 248 pounds. Looking for our Class 22G coming to ringside, Colin Robertson, Colt Henley, Kelsey Zepp, Gavin Buckingham, Kylie Medlin, Lane Miller, Rhiannon Granger, Kenley Cagle, and Ryan Stahl.
Good class here. Young man's going to lead off for us. And with that, that's the barrel that balances up and comes together with the neatest image from the side. Heads up, level made barrel that's very square and correct in terms of his rear hock and pastern placement, comfortable throughout the duration of the drive. And with that, still pliable in terms of his rib shape and opened up in that regard. Still reads with some fresh, expressive shape down his top. We could maybe open him up at the base of his chest just a nickel better, and at the same time stouten him up ever so slightly in terms of his forearm and feature. But a nice barrow that's the most complete, best balanced hog, and the soundest structured to go ahead and win. Young lady here follows up in second, and this barrow is probably just a notch more opened up, coming directly at me in terms of his chest and his blade shape. Bolder forearmed barrow that's extremely bold-bodied and big-topped up high. With that is probably carrying a little extra cover and condition. Want to clean him up in the lower one-third of his body to balance him up differently from the side, lengthen him out of his hip and just his rear step ever so slightly, give him a notch more toe spread and security at the surface to talk about switching a pair. Young man here with the blue mask, blue hipped gilt is one that you can like from a functionality perspective. Sounds structured and offers some length of stride and range of motion out here. With that, still plenty muscular. Needs to balance up a little differently and just hits me a notch plainer in her look. Shorter face gilt that I want to lay down in terms of her chine and just clean up at the crest of her neck. Open her up at the base of her forerib just a bit differently. Young lady that comes out next, extremely wide, powerful, stout made kind of a barrow that's really stout in terms of his feature. For me, too upright in terms of his blade angle up front, the shorter hipped hog that's tighter and more restricted in terms of his movement. Young man that rounds out the class for us, lean, shapely, expressive gilt here, needs to be square from hock to ground from behind, lengthened out of her hip, and just a notch stouter in terms of her feature. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 22F Lightweight Crossbred Market Hog exhibitors. First, Bryce Zepp. Second, Avery Becker. Third, Tuck Stamball. Fourth, to Bridget Barber. And fifth, to Hunter Livingston. Following along down your program, 1, Zepp. 3, Stamball. 5, Livingston. 4, Barber. 2, Becker. In the ring now, we have our last class of lightweight market hogs before our selection of champion and reserve champion lightweight. We have entries from Colin Robertson, Colt Henley, Kelsey Zepp, Gavin Buckingham, Kylie Medlin, Lane Miller, Rhiannon Granger, Kenley Cagle, and Ryan Stahl. Heading back for our lightweight division champion is Mitchell Smith and Bryce Zepp. Hogs in this class, market hogs in this class are ranging in weights from 251 to 253 pounds. Again, these pigs are weighing between 251 and 253. Going to give a big shout out to all of you who are at home and watching our show, especially Catherine and Brandy. I heard you've been in communication with us here at the show. We really appreciate all of those who are home supporting our exhibitors here at the Carroll County Fair. Have a great evening. Attention exhibitors, attention exhibitors. We've completed all our purebred classes, so if you're an exhibitor that is selling a purebred market hog, please make your way over to the nomination table. It is directly behind the announcer's booth. Again, if you are selling one of your purebred market hogs, please come over to the nomination table behind the announcer's booth. Miss Vicky and Mara will only be here until the end of the show.
This trio sorts to the top, and each of them came in with the strongest initial impression in my mind, and then sit back and study, and I think you have an outlier in terms of stoutness of feature and just kind of a standalone winner from a standpoint of being tremendously opened up, really powerful, and yet still square from behind, and I think reach and flexibility lands in his favor. Young lady on the far side there with the kind of speckled hipped barrel wins this class, and I do think it's just the most intriguing in my mind from a standpoint of being tremendously heavy duty and dense in terms of his build, bold forearmed, heavy structured barrow that at the same time still really pulled apart in terms of his blade, got the right kind of spread up high, big and stout in terms of his pin set. We could maybe modify his rear feet just ever so slightly, but that doesn't hinder his reach, his flex, and his range of motion out here. Young man follows up, and this gilt honestly just continued to kind of work up for me from a structural perspective because of her reach, structure, range of motion, and just her comfort level out here. I do want to pick her up on her front feet and at the same time stouten her up in her forearm just ever so slightly and just her feature. But I think from a standpoint of still being very opened up off both ends of her skeleton, and honestly, maybe the freshest in terms of her back shape today. Skin and hair is dialed in and still very square and collected. But again, skeletal quality and just ring comfort throughout the duration of the drive became her biggest advantage. Young lady here with the belted gilt hit me as hard as any right out of the gate in terms of being a huge chested, bold forearmed, big hipped kind of a gilt that you never question in terms of just her power. She's tuned in with her back shape today, and all of those things fit together from a proportionality standpoint, muscularity, and power. At the same token, throughout the duration of the drive, I think she read just the most upright or maybe uncomfortable and restricted in terms of both ends of her skeleton. Want to lay her back a bit in the angle of her blade, lengthen her out of her hip ever so slightly, make her more coordinated in terms of her rear leg placement from behind. Then as we continue on here with our fourth gilt coming out, a gilt that hit me hard in terms of initial impression, profile, and presence at the side, up-headed, level-made gilt that has some height to shoulder and some shape and expression up high. Throughout the duration of the drive, want to lengthen her out of her hip, stouten her up in her feature at the surface, give her more toe spread from behind to just have her hit the surface more comfortable, kind of grab another gear out here, but still really, really good in terms of her rib shape and her expression on the upper side of her skeleton. Young lady's Duroc barrel just continued to kind of work up for me from the standpoint of just being very productive, very basic, opened up, big-chested hog that's bold-bladed, big hip from behind. A little too plain in terms of his topside shape today. Want to freshen him up in that regard, make him a bit neater in terms of his length and extension ahead of his blade to balance up better from the side. Young man here brings us a Shipley gilt that probably is just a bit more extended up front, taller fronted individual that, again, is very lean and expressive. For me, hits me as just a bit more closed up, coming directly at me at the base of her chest and her forerib, a notch tighter in terms of her movement from behind, a shorter hipped gilt that I want to lengthen out in that regard. As we continue to kind of let some of these out, this young man here doing a nice job, productive, pliable, centered hog that needs to balance up a bit better and be a notch fresher from a muscle shape perspective. Young man here brings us another one that's got some pliability, some rib shape. Want to level him out of his top line, stouten him up from a muscle perspective ever so slightly, just to make him a notch fresher and more expressive. Young man that rounds out the class, long-sided, extended hog that's just a bit too flat and closed up off either end.
Congratulations to our Class 22G lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. First, Kenley Cagle. Second, Ryan Stahl. Third, Kylie Medlin. Fourth, Kelsey Zepp. Fifth, Rhiannon Granger. Sixth, Gavin Buckingham. 7, Colt Henley. 8th, Lane Miller. And 9th, Colin Robertson. Reading down the program, Robertson 9, Henley 7, Zepp 4, Buckingham 6, Medlin 3, Miller 8, Granger 5, Cagle 1, Stahl 2. In the ring now, we have the following exhibitors competing for lightweight champion and reserve market hog. From Class 22E, Mitchell Smith. His market hog is weighing 243 pounds. From Class 22F, Bryce Zepp with the solid black market hog is exhibiting a pig weighing 246 pounds. And from our last class with the blue butt is Kenley Cagle with a gilt weighing 252 pounds. I'm sorry, it's a barrow, weighing 252 pounds.
Fun group of lightweights to sort through, plenty of differences amongst them, and with that, one that just stuck out the hardest in my mind and hit me very hard in terms of initial impression, I think is the most unique in this particular setting and yet still covers the basics as well. Tremendously stout, opened up, really, really heavy structure, dense built kind of a barrel. Young lady directly in front of me is going to have your champion.
Congratulations to Miss Kenley Cagle from Class 22G for exhibiting your champion lightweight market hog. We're now looking for Ryan Stahl. He's entering the ring with a black hog weighing 253 pounds.
Does get a bit closer in my mind for reserve, just because I thought our champion lightweight was kind of a standout in that regard. And with that, for reserve, just to kind of describe, not to take away from anyone out here, it probably gets the closest in my mind between a pair of them, that being the young man to my right here, and then the young man directly in front of me. It gets the closest there. And so just some differences that I see amongst those two before we pick a reserve in your lightweight division. Young man to my left, I like how that barrel comes together from the side, up-headed, level made, and has a kind of striking image, is stronger in terms of his front foot placement than is this young man's gild. I don't know if he reads just as stout from a feature perspective, a little frailer in terms of his forearm and his front foot especially, and at the same token, probably want to open him up just a bit in terms of his chest and his forerib shape ever so slightly. Comes together with a nice look from the side, though. The young man's gilt is probably just a bit stouter from a structural perspective in terms of skull shape, forearm size, and just a heavier duty kind of look. Still very fresh in terms of her topside shape, and skin and hair is tuned in today. As I mentioned in class, my only real nitpick with her is I want to pick her up on her feet, but outside of that, I think from a skeletal perspective is as good as any in terms of her reach and range of motion. Still very square and flexible whenever you step in behind her, and so those are the differences. I commend once again all of our lightweight exhibitors. Reserve today is going to be the young man directly in front of me.
Congratulations to Ryan Stahl out of Class 26G. Our last year exhibitor has been selected as reserve champion lightweight today. We're ready to move into our middleweight division. I would like to take a quick opportunity to thank the champion and reserve champion lightweight trophy donors. Champion donor was Commissioner and Mrs. Weaver, and the reserve donor was Wildlife Taxidermy James and Mary Bell Wood. Again, we're rolling into our middleweight category with exhibits from Caroline Smith, Audrey Miller, Audrey Robertson, Lane Miller, Logan Buckingham, Eloise Schultz, Alexia Cornett, and Emily Fritz. The pigs in Class 25A are weighing between 257 and 259 pounds. All middleweight crossbred exhibitors need to be with your pigs. All middleweight crossbred market hog exhibitors need to be in your pens or near your pigs. Thank you.
another interesting group here just because lots of types and kinds, kind of a mixed bag all the way throughout. Young lady on the far side with the wide belted barrow leads off the class. It does so just from a productivity, stoutness of structure, and range of motion standpoint out here. I do want to clean this barrow up a bit directly ahead of his blade and make him just a shot fresher in today's setting. But I think from a standpoint of being tremendously stout structured, bold forearm, big-footed kind of a barrow that's pulled apart in terms of his blade and his chest, and with that still reads right in terms of his rib shape. That's where he kind of solidifies his place to start in my mind, and to be that stout in terms of his structure and still very square and correct in his movement helps him kind of land in the first hole there. Young lady with the belted gilt that follows up in second, like this one, probably is just a notch more extended up front, up-headed, level-made kind of a gilt that pieces together nicely from the side whenever she finally gets rolling for that young lady. Has a good turn and shape on the upper side of her skeleton. Probably is just a nickel fresher in that regard than our class winner. For me, I want to lay her back just a bit and her blade angle up front, stouten her up in terms of her feature and jawline ever so slightly, make her a shot more coordinated with where she sets down from behind, starts to kind of search outside herself throughout the duration of the drive. Young man on the far side, this gilt continued to work up for me, and I know she's got some swelling in her rear flank that tends to kind of offset her balance, but I do think whenever she finally was kind of cooperating and acting like a show gilt, she'd put her head up for that young man. Up-headed, tall-fronted kind of a gilt that's got a good expressive shape on the top side of her skeleton, pieces together with a striking image from the side, and certainly don't question her from a muscle perspective throughout the drive. That one hits me as just a notch more upright off both ends and tighter in terms of her movement. Young lady here with the spotted up gilt, one that you can definitely appreciate just from a practicality and functional standpoint. That's a very sound structured, sure-footed kind of a gilt that's square off either end of her skeleton, pliable in terms of her body type, and certainly has plenty of muscle. I wish her feature at the ground in terms of her bone work matched the substance that she had up high. At the same time, want to square her up at her knee coming directly at me. Young lady's blue barrel, honestly, is as intriguing as it is in certain parts because he is so stout in terms of his structure, bold forearmed. I want to pick that barrow up on his front feet and modify the shape of his skull ever so slightly, clean him up in the lower one-third of his body, and just make him a shot bolder in terms of his rib shape, but certainly don't question him in terms of having some muscle and stoutness. Young lady here with the kind of Hereford marked barrow, told her I liked this one in terms of his turn and spread up high, muscular, dimensional hog, wishes his bone work at the ground matched the substance up high, at the same time want to level him out of his spine and lengthen him out of his hip just a bit. Young man here doing a good job. Early on, this barrow probably got just a little worked up and hit me as just more restricted in terms of his movement. Shorter hipped barrow that needs lengthened there, but definitely still has some topside shape and spread. Young lady that rounds out the class for us. Functional, sound structured gilt is just a little plainer throughout in terms of her muscle shape and her look. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to exhibitors in Class 25A with their middleweight crossbreds. First to Caroline Smith, second Audrey Robertson, third to Lane Miller, fourth to Emily Fritz, fifth to Eloise Schultz, sixth to Alexia Cornett, seventh to Logan Buckingham, eighth to Aubrey Miller. If you're reading down your program, Smith 1, Miller 8, Robertson 2, Miller 3, Buckingham 7, Schultz 5, Cornett 6, Fritz 4. Entering the ring, we have Class 25B, middleweight crossbred market hogs. The following are exhibiting in this class: Mackenzie Reese, Elena Enoff, Jillian Sutton, Delaney Wareheim, Elizabeth Burns, Owen Boone, Travis Green. We'll be looking for our Class 25C exhibitors: Ryan Stahl, Brennan Harrison, Grady McGrew, Aubrey Miller, Grace Bertier, and Lily Bruns.
Young ladies, Sandy hipped gilt is going to lead off the class for us, and with that, just continue to kind of work up for me from a standpoint of proportionality and soundness of structure out here. I'm not going to tell you she's the most out there in any one particular area, and I probably do wish the nickel meter directly ahead of her blade from a standpoint of length and extension. Study her from bareback, though, and she's laid in the best at the angle of her blade. That's the longest hipped individual amongst this contemporary group. That's the squarest and the most secure in terms of where her rear pastern hits the surface. She's comfortable and offers the most range of motion. And with that, still very pliable in terms of her center body. Got some spread up high and still reads with some stoutness directly behind. I could open her up just a nickel in terms of the base of her chest. Young man there on the far side is kind of the opposite in the spectrum in regards to a gilt that is extremely tall fronted. She's shapely, she's expressive, still offers some stoutness of feature to go along with that. And so I wouldn't argue with you if you prefer the one that probably has just a few more interesting pieces. I do think she is just that, though, a notch piecier in my mind in terms of how she fits together at the profile. That hits me as the drier centered gilt that needs to take just a big drink of water before she came in the ring today. And with that, want to see her blend a little better in terms of her ham-loin junction and the length of her hip throughout the duration of the drive. Gets just a bit shorter in her step, but very interesting in my mind in terms of stoutness of feature and being a shot more opened up, coming at me and going away. Young man here, another one that is tremendously shapely, muscular, never question her from a power perspective, and with that, certainly covers the market hog fundamentals in that regard. Got to modify her structure for me to talk about moving her higher, and honestly, she was kind of the floater in my mind in terms of where she was going to land, just because I do want to lay her back in the angle of her blade and make her more comfortable in terms of the use of her hip and hind leg. Young lady that comes out next, this gilt just continued to work up from a basics a functionality standpoint. She's good bodied, she's still very sound, just a little too plain in terms of her look, and her presence out here needs freshened up at the top side of her skeleton as well. Young lady that comes out next brings us a gilt that's broader and more expansive in terms of her top side spread. She's wide made, no doubt, and very dimensional. Things don't balance up as good. She's got a little extra cover on her today, and at the same time, the shorter hipped gilt that's too restricted and just uncoordinated with how she utilizes her hock and her rear pastern. As we continue to let these out, young lady here doing a good job. Just a plainer shaped solid white hog here that I want to clean up in his lower 1/3 and make him a shot more expressive. Still very square in terms of his build. Young lady on the far side, long-sided, extended, functional pig that's got some depth of body, just doesn't balance up as good and hits me a nickel plainer in this setting. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 25B exhibitors. First to Jillian Sutton, second to Travis Green, third to Owen Boone, fourth to Mackenzie Reese, fifth to Delaney Wareheim, sixth to Elizabeth Burns, seventh to Elena Enoff. Following along in your program, it would be 4 Reese, 7 Enoff, 1 Sutton, 5 Wareheim, 6 Burns, 3 Boone, 2 Green. Entering the ring now, we have Class 25C. Exhibitors include Ryan Stahl, Brennan Harrison, Grady McGrew, Aubrey Miller, Grace Bertier, and Lily Bruns. Class 25D middleweight crossbred market hog exhibitors will start making their way to the holding pens is Levi Savage, Gavin Zolman, Haley Bittinger, Tuck Stamball, Alyssa Spielman, Trent Sweeney. Class 25C that is in the ring currently. These pigs are weighing between 263 and 265 pounds. Again, pigs are currently weighing 263 to 265.
pair of them here that surface that I think both have plenty of power and dimension to them, and ultimately our young lady's belted gilt on the far side, that's our class winner, just hits me as square and more comfortable from a movement perspective. That one's more relaxed in terms of her spine today, longer out of her hip, and stays square and more comfortable from hock to ground when you step in behind the livestock. Reach, flex, and range of motion aids in her favor to go ahead and win this particular class. Still tremendously stout and impressive, coming directly at me in terms of her skull shape and being pulled apart at her chest, and still square from her knee all the way to the surface with where her front foot hits. I will say this one's probably just a bit fresher in terms of her top side shape today, and that's where I think she has an advantage in terms of back shape and just being a tremendously muscular, expressive kind of a gilt that you certainly don't question in that regard. And whenever she does start to piece herself together from the young man, every so often she kind of wants to drop her head and not come together as neat from the side. When she does, still reads with some proportionality to her. With that, I read her as the gilt who's rocked forward a bit in the angle of her blade, want to blend her better at her ham-loin junction and square her up just ever slightly with where she sets her hock down from behind, but still tremendously opened up, bold-bodied, shapely kind of a gilt. Young man here with the belted gilt follows up in third, long-sided, extended, shapely gilt that's very expressive and lean, and so you never question her in terms of the market fundamentals. I will say just a bit frailer and smaller footed at the surface for me, too round out of her hip, and want to lay her back some in the angle of her blade. Young man that comes out next brings us a blue masked hog that I do think in terms of height of shoulder, length, and levelness from the side, and still having some stoutness of the bone work, she covers those things. For me, coming directly at me, closes up too much at her chest and her forerib, and at the same token, just needs a shot more everywhere to go ahead and talk about moving her higher. Young lady that comes out next, opposite end of the spectrum here, this one's tremendously big-backed, stout-hipped, and got lots of turn and spread. I don't know if handles that quite well enough from a structural perspective. That's the shortest hipped barrow. That's too tight in terms of his movement from behind. Probably got a little extra cover as well. Young lady that rounds out the class for us, doing a nice job. Functional hog here that's sound in terms of his structure and flexible. For me, just a little too closed up everywhere and too plain in terms of his look and shape up high. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to our Class 25C middleweight exhibitors. First to Lily Bruns, second to Grady McGrew, third to Brian Stahl, fourth to Brennan Harrison, fifth to Aubrey Miller, and sixth to Grace Bertier. If you're reading down your program, it would be 3 Stahl, 4 Harrison, 2 McGrew, 5 Miller, 6 Bertier, and 1 Burns. In Class 25D, entering the ring are the following exhibitors: Levi Savage, Gavin Zolman, Haley Bittinger, Tuck Stambaugh, Alyssa Spielman, Trenton Sweeney. These pigs are weighing 265 to 268 pounds.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the cake auction for the 125th anniversary of the fair, the cake auction has grossed over $125,000 for a new record.
I want to take this opportunity to reintroduce our judge for this evening. Adrienne Austin is originally from Mount Vernon, Illinois, and she grew up raising and showing pigs across the country. Adrian judged collegiately for Lincoln Land Community College and Kansas State University, setting the all-time scoring record in reasons in the overall division at the National Western Stock Show in junior college. While judging for Kansas State University, Adrian won the Houston Livestock Show and rodeo contest and found herself in the top 10 overall at all but one major competition she attended. She was recognized as a livestock judging All-American in 4-H, junior, and senior college. Adrian has had the opportunity to judge shows across the country and at multiple levels, including the Ohio State Fair, Nebraska State Fair, Florida State Fair, and more. She is judged in over 15 states, and the list continues to grow. Most importantly, Adrian loves working with the young people and giving back to programs that shaped her youth. Additionally, Adrian recently obtained her master's in agriculture at Texas A&M University's Animal Science Department and currently travels with the Blinn Livestock Judging Team in an assistant coach role. She also manages Q&A show pigs with her significant other, Quest Newberry. Quest would be the Q and Adrian the A. We would like to take this opportunity to thank her for being here in Carroll County this evening.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. And with that, our young man here to my left, his barrow's got a terrible attitude and kind of gave out on him early on, but I don't think that's an indication of skeletal quality, because if you step in and study this guy, still stays very square from hock to ground, and honestly get off to the side of him, reach and flex is still in his favor. He just doesn't like being a show pig this evening and wants to fight that young man for all he's got, no doubt. But with that, very stout-skulled, heavy structured individual that was the most commanding in terms of initial impression right out of the gate. With that, opened up, pulled apart in terms of the base of his chest, bold-bladed hog that transitions back into an open rib cage, got the right kind of turn and spread down his top and out through his hip, and just has a few more intriguing pieces than our young lady's predominantly black barrow that's going to land in second for us here. Really like this guy from the side in terms of a heads-up, level-made kind of a look, and still stays square from hock to ground, and he's stepping behind him. I don't deem him just as opened up and as powerful as the barrow that wins the class. Little frailer at the surface in terms of his feature, not quite as neat in terms of some of the parts and pieces that he has to offer, but no doubt very functional, good-bodied kind of a barrow to land in second. Young man here, this gilt's very, very stout. She's opened up, huge-bodied, big-hipped, and just tremendously powerful. You never question her from a product perspective. A little quicker in her maturity pattern for me, and just a notch rounder out of her hip. Want to square her up ever so slightly from behind. Young man that comes out next with the thin-belted hog, another one that has some stoutness of feature, big forearmed, heavy-duty kind of a look, and with that, still plenty of turn and spread up high and bold-bodied. For me, I got a modifier in terms of the length of her hip, lengthen her out there and make her more secure in terms of her rear foot placement, gets a bit tighter and just more upright in terms of the use of her hock throughout the duration of the drive. Young man here doing a nice job, very functional, kind of a blue hog to land where he does. Still plenty bold in terms of his body shape with some spread on the upper side of his skeleton. You call him just a bit plainer in terms of his look, directly ahead of his blade. I'm going to pick him up on his front feet ever so slightly, tune him in just a bit better in terms of his topside shape today, but certainly a big square hind leg that's very functional for that young man. Young lady that rounds out the class for us, another hog that I deemed probably just a bit too quick in terms of his maturity pattern and just a bit smaller scale today. Want to lengthen and extend him out everywhere, freshen him up just a bit, but certainly a hog that's bold-bodied and big hip to go along with it. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 25D middleweight exhibitors. We're going to go through those placings in just a minute. I'd like to introduce our entries, our winning class winners up for middleweight champion. From Class 25D, we have Levi Savage. His pig is weighing 265 pounds. We have Class 25A winner Caroline Smith. Her pig is weighing 257 pounds. Jillian Sutton is entering the ring with a pig weighing 261 pounds. And Lily Bruns is entering the ring with a pig weighing 265 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your exhibitors competing for middleweight champion. Please put your hands together. Results from Class 25D is as follows. First to Levi Savage. Second to Alyssa Spielman. Third, Trenton Sweeney. Fourth, Gavin Zolman. Fifth, Tuck Stamball. And sixth, Haley Bittinger. Following along down your program, 1 Savage, 4 Zolman, 6 Bittinger, 5 Stamball, 2 Spielman, 3 Sweeney.
Good group here in the middleweight division, and don't have to take long just because I know there's one that stuck out from initial impression and just hit me hard early on as soon as he came through the gate. And with that, from a proportionality and stoutness perspective, and still being very square and flexible with a big running gear underneath him, all those things fit together well, and I would only change his attitude. Young man on the far side is going to have your champion.
Congratulations, Levi Savage, for having the middleweight champion Market Hog. If we can have Alyssa Spielman return to the ring. We are going to start gathering our heavyweight crossbred market hogs for that portion of our show. Heavyweight crossbred market hog exhibitors need to be at your pens or near your pens at this time. Again, heavyweight crossbred market hog exhibitors need to be near your pens at this time. We will be looking for the following exhibitors for Class 28A: Levi Smith, Estella Gover, Layla Metz, Mason Spielman, Emma Robertson, Rowan Kaiser, McKenna Henley, and Addison Fritz. Again, Alyssa's pig is weighing 268 pounds.
Well, again, really happy with our class winners and our second that just joined us for reserve contention, and does get a bit closer in my mind, but honestly, there were a couple that I thought came out of a very tough class, and another one that I think just fits in so well in terms of skeletal quality and correctness out here, fresh in terms of his makeup. Wasn't just quite as stout or as overwhelming as our champion, but still a pretty good one. Young lady here is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to Alyssa Spielman for exhibiting the reserve champion crossbred market hog. We are now ready to start our heavyweight division as soon as the ring clears. Exhibitors in this heavyweight market class include Levi Smith, Estella Gover, Layla Metz, Mason Spielman, Emma Robertson, Rowan Kaiser, McKenna Henley, and Addison Fritz. Pigs being exhibited in this class are weighing between 270 and 273 pounds. Class 28B, Atlee Hoy, Audrey Miller, Owen Hackler, Jonas Mushaw, Grady Gall, Dustin Bernard, and Cole Townsend will be making their way ringside when the committee member comes for you.
Well, it got quiet ringside, and I think that's because the tension in the air is a little higher, and it's fair to say, as a judge's standpoint, these two came through the ring and kind of separated themselves, honestly, in comparison to the contemporary group that we've seen thus far this evening. And so I think when good livestock and quality livestock enter, everyone kind of stops what they're doing to watch. And I'm sure standing ringside, we all have a personal favorite, so to speak. I was feeling like oddly reminiscent of our champion of champions situation last night, because I believe this is same hogs and same young ladies as well. And I've actually kind of thought about these two a little bit since last night in showmanship, because I liked both of them a good deal then as well. And so in my mind, they're both very intriguing, and they're intriguing for different reasons. And no matter what, somebody's feelings get hurt whenever they go second in this particular pair, but don't hang your head if you do, because I think we should be excited to see these ones momentarily later on. And so just to kind of describe some differences that I see amongst the pair before we assign a ranking here, just to kind of talk about them, because I think they both deserve to be described. And then after that, I'll tell you who's first and second. The young lady on the far side with the thin belted gilt, that one, initial impression is so strong because up-headed, jet level made, and just very striking in terms of her presence. That's a big-chested gilt that's very tuned in terms of her top side shape, stout hips from behind, and it's just very sharp in terms of her image from the side, super striking, and still very stout in terms of her feature. Throughout the duration of the drive here, and I know I took just a beat longer, and honestly it's because I wanted to just step back and study these two in terms of skeletons and the way they work. I do read her probably just a nickel more upright in terms of her blade angle up front, and every so often starts to search with where she's going to set her rear foot down from behind. But I do think that's a gilt that's extremely intriguing in terms of just presence from the profile, great shaped up high, and very intriguing from a stoutness of feature perspective. Young lady with the solid black hog, he's interesting for different reasons in my mind. To be that heavy structured and still so square and comfortable in his build is very, very impressive. I don't know if he's just as eccentric up front as is the gilt. I don't know if he's just quite as stout in terms of his hip shape when I step directly behind him as is the young lady's gilt. But I do think from a standpoint of feature and bone work and the way all of that fits together, that barrow reads extremely proportional from the side. He's so comfortable. His range of motion is awesome. And so I like both of these a good deal. And like I said, these exhibitors should be happy as they're headed back to the pins, probably rejoin us here in a moment, depending on what comes through, of course, because I like these two a good deal in comparison to the contemporary group that we've seen thus far. I have to pick a favorite today. I'm sure you've got a favorite ringside. We're going to start with the black barrow, put this young lady second. Now that we've talked about them, we'll kind of continue to move on here, and I don't mean to detract or take away from the rest of the class whatsoever. Young man here brings us a real basic, functional kind of a hog that's pliable in his rib shape, still big-topped and muscular, just not necessarily in the same league in terms of just quality and just unique presence as the two directly ahead of him, little frailer and smaller-footed. Young lady that comes out next, doing a nice job. That's a big-chested, big-backed individual that's still plenty bold in terms of his body type. With that, I want to lengthen him out of his hip and make him just a shot more flexible from behind, make him a notch neater directly ahead of his blade. Young lady that comes out with the kind of Hereford marks gilt, long-sided, extended, pliable in her rib shape. For me, a little frailer and smaller footed at the surface, just a little plainer in her look. As we continue on down throughout the lineup, young lady here, stout-featured barrow, plenty of top shape and hip shape when you step in behind him. Needs to balance up a little better, slightly lower fronted, rounder out of his hip. Young man here brought us one that was functional and stout structured, had plenty of muscle. For me, a little plainer in terms of look ahead of her blade, comes in at her knee. As we kind of worked on down the line there, just wanted to modify some things in terms of structure and freshness to work up higher. Real good pair there at the top end.
Congratulations to Class 28A Heavyweight Crossbred Market Hogs. First to Layla Metz, second to Estella Gover, third to Mason Spielman, fourth to Addison Fritz, fifth to Emma Robertson, sixth to McKenna Henley, seventh to Rowan Kaiser, eighth to Lexi Smith. Reading down my program is 8 Smith, 2 Gover, 1 Metz, 3 Spielman, 5 Robertson, 7 Kaiser, 6 Henley, and 4 Fritz. In the ring now, we have Class 28B. Exhibitors include Atlee Hoy, Audrey Miller, Owen Hackler, Jonas Mushaw, Grady Gall, Dustin Bernard, and Cole Townsend. Weights on our market hogs in this class range from 277 to 279 pounds. Again, 277 to 279. Heavyweight crossbred market hog exhibitors in Class 28C, please start making your way to ringside when the committee member comes for you. Caroline Boone, Jace Turfel, Charles Snyder, and Kylie Medlin. We would like to thank Taryn Runshaw, our junior 4-H ambassador, for handing out ribbons this evening. The evening is starting to roll down. Exhibitors, please do not forget that you need to come see Miss Vicki and Mara to nominate your pigs for the sale. Again, exhibitors, the evening is starting to wind down. You need to come nominate your pigs for sale with Mara and Miss Vicki directly behind the announcer's stand. Devin and Miss Vicki.
Another good pair here. A young lady is going to lead off the class for us with a kind of chromed up gilt. And with that, this one's tremendously powerful, stout, and opened up off either end of her skeleton. Honestly wins the class for me with just her advantage in terms of stoutness of feature, skull shape, and just a heavy-duty kind of a look. Really dense in terms of her build. I do want to pick her up on her front feet ever so slightly, blend her a bit smoother at her ham-loin junction. And to be honest, her reach and her flex of her skeleton is very good. Her range of motion is good. I could probably square up just a nickel with where her hock sits in her from behind, but that one's impressive in terms of her rib cage, her boldness of body, and just the stoutness of feature that she has to offer. Young man here brings us a gilt that probably is just a notch neater and more extended directly ahead of her blade, and stronger in terms of her front foot placement, square when you step in behind her, and you can like those things about her. I think she should be square because she's probably just a notch more closed up off either end of her skeleton in terms of her chest width and her forearm shape. Still very tuned in terms of her topside shape today, like her height of shoulder. Just don't deem her as overwhelming or as truly genuine as our class winner. Young man that follows up in third, real basic kind of a hog here that's still pliable in terms of her rib cage, has some length and levelness, just a bit plain in terms of shorter face, shorter hipped gill that needs to be stoutened up in terms of her jawline and feature. Young lady that comes out next, solid black down-eared hog, is tremendously shapely and expressive. That's a big back laid into her. She's big hipped, and with that, still balances up decently from the side in terms of levelness of top line and depth to her center body. For me, her biggest downfall is getting a bit shorter out of her hip, tighter and more insecure with where she wants to sit down from behind. Young man that comes out next, a broad, opened up, productive kind of a barrow that's still big backed up high. I want to peel him back some in his condition, clean him up in his lower 1/3, make him more comfortable in terms of the use of his hip and his hind leg from behind. Young man that comes out next, stout, big back kind of a barrow that needs to balance up better, lengthen him out of his front end and make him a notch more coordinated in terms of his movement. Young man that rounds out the class for us, doing a nice job. This barrow here needs to be just a bit sounder and more comfortable in terms of his movement, but certainly still has some muscle laid into him. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 28B. First to Atlee Hoy, second to Dustin Bernard, third to Grady Gall, fourth to Aubrey Miller, fifth to Cole Townsend, sixth to Owen Heckler, and seventh to Jonas Mushaw. In the ring now, we have Class 28 heavyweight crossbred market hogs. We have entries from Caroline Boone, Jace Turfel, Charles Snyder, and Kylie Medlin. These pigs are weighing 281 to 285 pounds. Just a quick announcement, Tubby's will be closing in about 10 minutes. Again, Tubby's, if you guys are hungry or need a snack before they close, they're going to be closing in about 10 minutes. They have a couple hamburgers and hot dogs. They do have some ice cream and drinks available. Again, Tubby's will be closing in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Young lady here in the center of the ring is going to lead off the class for us, and that barrow is one I just deem as the most proportional and the best balanced of the entire group. I'm not going to tell you he's eccentric in terms of his look or the most out there in any one area. I just think that's a really well balanced kind of a barrow that all the parts and pieces fit together in terms of being a very big chested, bold bladed kind of a hog that's open about his rib cage and reads with the right kind of turn and spread up high, fresh in his top shape and big hip from behind. swine, still square from hock to ground. We could maybe stouten him up ever so slightly in terms of his forearm and his front foot and strengthen him there in his front foot placement, blend him a bit better at his ham-loin junction, but certainly a barrow that's got the right parts and pieces in terms of basic market hog fundamentals, fits together from a proportionality perspective. Young man on the far side brings us a gilt that follows up next, and this one probably is just a bit longer and more extended directly ahead of her blade, still good in her top side shape, skin and hair reads fresh, and so you can tell he's been putting in work at home. That gilt's still got some reach in terms of the use of her hind leg, but I need to square it up and make it a notch more secure when you step directly behind her, and at the same token, just gets a bit frailer in terms of her feature. Young man with the blue barrow follows up next, and that one's big-backed and bold-bodied. For me, he's too upright off both ends of his skeleton. He needs to be laid back in the angle of his blade and knee up front and just lengthened out of his hip ever so slightly. Young lady that rounds out the class for us, doing a nice job. Brings us a barrow that probably is just a bit past his prime in regards to cover and condition in this particular setting. Want to peel him back just a little bit and make him a shot leaner. At the same time, though, that one's stout and opened up and still tremendously bold-bodied. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 28C Heavyweight Crossbred Market Hogs. First, Kylie Medlin. Second, Jace Turfel. Third, Charles Snyder. And fourth, to Caroline Boone. Entering the ring now is our last class of Market Hogs. We have exhibitors that include Caden Reed, Colby Wetzel, and Estella Gover. Pigs in this class are weighing 286 to 292 pounds. Exhibitors, we are winding down here this evening. Again, we are winding down here this evening. The exhibitor must come to the table to nominate their pigs. It must be the exhibitor that goes to the table to nominate their pigs. You must nominate your pigs before Miss Vicky and Devin leave for the evening, which will be about 15 or 20 minutes after the show is over. Again, you must nominate your pigs this evening.
Young lady with the solid black barrow is going to lead off for us, and this one kind of separates himself of this group just from a standpoint of quality and presence alone. Skin and hair is dialed in from a freshness perspective, and with that, fits together in a proportional build from the side. Fresh-backed kind of a barrow that's good in his body type and still big and square in terms of his pin set and to the ground when you step in behind him. We could maybe peel back just a bit at the top side of his neck and stouten his jawline up just ever so slightly. But with that, I like a lot of things about that hog. I think he's still very square in terms of his build. Maybe want to modify how his front feet kind of roll inward just a bit. But I think from a standpoint of squareness, flexibility, and proportionality, like a lot of things about that one. Interested to see him back in the drive. Young man here with a blue barrow comes in second, and stout featured, bold bodied kind of a hog that's opened up off either end of his skeleton. Want to square him up at his knee just a bit, and he gets a notch plainer in terms of his look, especially directly ahead of his blade, but certainly covers the basics of market hog fundamentals. Still very loose in terms of his structure. Young man here with the gilt that rounds out for us. Still a big topped gilt that has some spread up high. She's still bold in terms of her body shape. I want to stouten her up in her feature to match the power that she has on the upper side of her skeleton, and at the same token lengthen her out of her hip just ever so slightly. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 28 and our last official class of the evening until we move into our champion divisions. First to Estella Gover, second to Caden Reed, and third to Colby Wetzel. At this time, we're going to select our heavyweight champion and reserve of the 2022 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Market Swine Show. We have the following exhibitors with their class-winning heavyweight market hogs. From Class 28A with the solid black hog is Miss Layla Metz with a pig weighing 272 pounds. From Class 28B, Atlee Hoy with a pig weighing 277 pounds. From Class 28C, Kylie Medlin. She's exhibiting a pig that weighs 285 pounds. And from our last class, again with a solid black pig, is Estella Gover with a pig weighing 292 pounds. We are going to be looking for the following exhibitors to return to the ring. Our middleweight champion, Levi Savage, with Alyssa Spielman on standby. And our lightweight champion, Kenley Cagle, with reserve, Ryan Stahl on standby. All purebred champion division winners need to be with your pigs at this time. Again, all purebred champion division winners need to be at your pens at this time.
Well, I thought the heavyweights were fun, and I know we're kind of wrapping things up, and as we work our way towards the champion crossbred drive, I thought this division in particular, a few of them stuck out a good deal in my mind, and eager to kind of see them all back out here against each other. And with that, amongst this contemporary group, there's a pair of them that kind of surface in my mind, and I know there's a second that I'm thinking about as well. And so it does get a bit closer out here than I originally expected, but with that, there's one that's just so my kind in terms of soundness of structure and just skeletal quality. Never misses a step out here, just so correct in terms of his blade angle, correct set from hock to ground, flexibility, reach, and comfort is so good, and that's what ultimately gives him the win today. Young lady here to my left is going to be your champion.
Congratulations, Miss Layla Metz, with her heavyweight crossbred weighing 277 pounds is your heavyweight champion division winner. Entering the ring will be Estella Gover with her heavyweight weighing 272.
Dad's confused back there, I think, but I asked her to trade just because I kind of knew what was in my mind already, and that pair just stuck out to me so well back in class in terms of quality and presence, and just I thought went together very well, and were very strong in terms of the different advantages that they had to offer, and like all of these that are represented out here, so of course don't mean to detract, there's just another one that I think is so neat in terms of her look and her presence, and love that one in terms of her freshness and her shape up high. Young lady's gilt's going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Stella Gover out with her reserve champion heavyweight. That was the heavyweight that came out of Class 28A, weighing 272 pounds. We're just going to take a moment here to clear the ring so we can get ready to do our selection of our champion crossbred and our reserve overall champion crossbred. And here we go. From our lightweight division, exhibiting the champion lightweight is Miss Kenley Cagle with a pig weighing 252 pounds. Sorry, Kenley. This is Kenley Cagle with her lightweight division champion, weighing 252 pounds. Our middleweight division winner was exhibited by Levi Savage, and this middleweight is weighing 265 pounds. And finally, from our heavyweight division, Miss Layla Metz, exhibiting a pig weighing 272 pounds. Put your hands together for these three wonderful showmen and their champion cross division.
Well, if you had a crossbred market hog come through the ring this evening, certainly don't hang your head, because I think the three that you have represented from each of their respective weight classes are very, very good and represent each of those weights very well. And honestly, very pleased with how they fit together out here. There are some differences, but out of our two lighter divisions, the lightweights and the middleweights, both those hogs are very intriguing in terms of just stoutness of feature and bone work and being very broad and opened up. And still reading with a fresh shape up high. And then our heavyweight, as we've talked about, I think does all of those things. And with that, not necessarily the most eccentric in any one area, but is just so good from a scalable perspective in terms of quality and balance. And so I had a lot of fun working through the crossbreds. I know we're getting late into the evening here, and we've got to do our grand drive overall. But if you would, put your hands together one more time for our crossbred exhibitors doing a fine job this evening. With that, I don't have much of a poker face. I never had, and I kind of showed my colors already, I feel like. And with that, just one that fits me so well. Young lady of our heavyweights is going to have your champion.
We're going to bring Estella Gover back into the ring with her reserve heavyweight cross.
Once again, great group of crossbreds to sort through, and so don't hang your head going back to the barn if you don't get a particular piece of it here at the end, because I can't reiterate enough how pleased I was with each of the division winners. And with that, there's another one that just fits in my mind in terms of look and presence, and just is so striking from the side. Great in terms of her shape and her freshness. The gilt right here is going to be your reserve.
And your reserve champion crossbred market hog is Estella Gover with a pig weighing 272 pounds. I'm behind a little bit on our thanking our trophy donation sponsors. So our champion heavyweight crossbred market hog donation is from Progressive Clovers. Our reserve heavyweight donation was from North Carroll Veterinary, Dr. K. Wagner. Our champion overall crossbred market hog trophy was donated by A&W Meats, Mike Floor. Our reserve overall champion crossbred was donated by Jamie and Pam Green. We are now getting ready for our grand champion drive. We will be bringing back all our breed champions and our crossbred market hog divisions at this time. Out of the Duroc division, with a Duroc weighing 256 pounds, is your champion exhibitor, Dakota Bernard. Our Hereford exhibitor, Kylie Medlin, with a Hereford weighing 268 pounds. Your champion Berkshire market hog was exhibited by Miss Maya Trump. Her pig is weighing 250 pounds. From your spot division, Miss Alexia Cornett is exhibiting a 258-pound spot market hog. Yorkshire is exhibited by Miss Kylie Medlin with a pig weighing 272 pounds. Your Hampshire champion is exhibited by Owen Boone. That Hampshire market hog is weighing 258 pounds. Your all other breed champion is a Chester, exhibited by Andrew Natz and weighing 295 pounds. Your overall champion crossbred is exhibited by Miss Layla Metz and weighs 272 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these awesome exhibitors and your breed division winners. Thank you all for being here and sticking it out with us, and for those of you at home. While I'm on the microphone and our judge is going over our class here, I do want to take this opportunity to thank Miss Adrienne Austin. She originally is from Illinois. She is now in Texas. She has quite the livestock judging history and already has quite the bio following her around. She has come and sorted through an awful lot of hogs for us tonight. She's taken her time with our 4-H'ers. She's shared some of her knowledge and experience. She's also helped them improve. If you can please put your hands together for Adrienne. We so appreciate her coming out here to Maryland and judging our county fair here this evening. Thank you so much.
Well, I know it's late and everyone probably takes a deep sigh when I have them shut down, and I'll be completely transparent. I'm not much of a speech person, I guess you could say. I have an older brother that judges a lot as well, and everyone always teases that he takes a lot longer on the mic than I whenever it comes to the Grand Drive thing. But I actually did have a couple things I just wanted to say this evening. But to start off with, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. Cashman that hired me. I don't know if he's around still or not. I don't see him over there where he's been sitting, but asked me a while back if I'd be interested in coming and sorting through the hog show, and eagerly said yes, and so was happy to do it. And of course, announcers, show staff, ring help that have helped run things and make it very smooth and efficient for me through my time on the NJSA junior board. I know what it's like to be a volunteer, to be working on the backside of things, and that's often hardest job. That's the most thankless job. And so from me, I want to say thank you very much. And as a crowd, if you would, please put your hands together for them for running through an awesome show for you the past couple of days. Really, really appreciate that, and it makes my job as a judge much more fun whenever you have a good crew to help you out. And so I just wanted to say a couple little things, and don't mean to get long-winded by any means, but I've judged on the East Coast before, and I've been to Maryland a couple times, but hadn't had the opportunity to travel to Gettysburg, and so I got to do that Tuesday mid-morning, and that was kind of a new experience for me to kind of take in some of the historical sites. And I say that because I got to go into the Soldiers National Cemetery, and I hadn't been in really any place like that before. And I texted or called my parents afterwards and told them how that was such just a somber kind of moving experience for me. And I think a lot of the people around me were kind of having a similar situation, and honestly just made me think about perspective, I guess you could say, because it made me think that the only reason that I was even in a place or got to go experience Gettysburg was because I was here judging a pig show, and made me think about how fortunate we are to live in the great United States of America. And often it's almost frowned upon, I feel like, in our society today to say those words and say that we're proud of this country, but I very much so am. And it made me think of, honestly, the sacrifices that have been put in by others long ago and still to this day that are willing to put the ultimate sacrifice on the line so our young people can do things like this. And so we're secured with freedoms, honestly, past even what we deserve. And so I thought about keeping that in mind, just because as a judge, I can't really make more than one or two people happy at a show. It's not really my job to make people happy. It's my job to give an opinion that I can do as true to myself as I can. But with that, we have an option as parents, ringside, helpers of these young people, or young people that came through the ring this evening, to leave the show ring tonight, go home, and we have really one of two options. We can leave with a negative attitude of complaining that things didn't go our way, or maybe we didn't place as high, or that judge was stupid and didn't do something that we liked. Or we can leave with a positive attitude and think a little bit about that Soldiers National Cemetery and think about the sacrifices that have been put in. So we have the freedom to come to a hog show in the great country of the United States and do things that we love with our family and friends. And so I hope, ringside, I encourage each of you, go home with a positive attitude. Think about with with your family what went well this year, what you enjoyed at the show, what we could do better for next year, and just feel very fortunate and blessed that you live in this country and have the opportunities you do, because I know that made me think very much so how fortunate I am. And so don't hang your head. I encourage you, go home, think positively, work harder for next year as well. And so I'll get off my soapbox. That was just something that I had on my mind or my heart, so to speak. And so encourage each of you moving forward to kind of keep that in your minds as well. Once again, we can fire back up. The kids have been great. The quality of the livestock have been awesome. And just really appreciate, we can get going again, guys, but really appreciate these kids for how respectful they were. Don't think we need to go back through it and talk the livestock again. You guys are probably tired of hearing me talk this evening. Let's put our hands together one more time for this group. Congratulate them.
Your grand champion market hog at the 2022 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair has been exhibited by Miss Layla Metz and is out of the crossbred division. We are now looking for Estella Gover. She's already in the ring with her reserve crossbred market hog that weighed 272 pounds.
Once again, thanks so much for having me. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Very happy with the quality of livestock and the kids. I'll put down the mic, go shake hands with the reserve. Congratulations to all the exhibitors that came through the ring this evening, and best wishes moving forward as well as you head into the Maryland State Fair. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations to Estella Gover. For being named the Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog Exhibitor here at the Carroll County Fair. And it's nothing better than seeing those 4-H'ers supporting each other and being happy for each other. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for sticking it out with us. For those of you at home who've been watching this evening, thank you for listening in. Again, we'd like to thank our judge. We would also like to thank the Swine Committee for getting this show up and running and keeping it running smoothly every year. Have a great evening. Exhibitors with division winners and reserves.